He is area property now. He belongs to me. The Deuce paid their debt with him. Are you gonna stand in the middle of that?
No, Buddha. I break no jailhouse laws. It is not my intent to break the peace.
But somebody got to ensure you don't break any laws either.
What the fuck you talking about?
We all know Bobby here, a man. He a man. So nobody punking nobody here. Am I right, Buddha? Buddha, do you or do you not recognize this a man standing here?
Yeah, I know he's a man.
Good. Now,
the hunt is on. And you're the prey. All I'm saying is, survive. All right?
Peace and grand risings, man. Grand rising to all of the true and original Americans. Hope everyone's in good energy. Hope the people's is motherfucking vibing high. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mama D. Network in the house. Network Greedy in the building. Key Norfolk. I see Key Norfolk in the house. Roger Doug. What's good with it, cuzzo? Peace to my sister Shawanda Williams. Young Riaz. Kill Swift. What's going down? King James Show. Ghetto Child, man. What's up with the people and shit? Man, I named this one Politricks as usual. Had some time to get one in and shit. I noticed wasn't nobody online today and shit. Wasn't nobody tapping in. You know, I'll fire up one and shit on the channel. Talk about these Politricks, man. You know what I'm saying? This will be open panel and shit. The link is pinned to the top. I think I pinned that joint already. You know what I'm saying? Epic Studies. What's up with you, big brother? What's good? Man, much love to all the kindred, man. Hope everyone's doing grand, man. Hope the family's doing well. Hope everyone's, you know what I'm saying, taking care of themselves. Hope everybody got their priorities in order, you know what I'm talking about? Got to prioritize shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Big brother Juan Truth just stepped in the building, man. What's going on? Hey, look, I need somebody to come up here and educate me, man. School me and teach me of the differences. I'm starting to hear, man. I've been hearing it, man, but you know, I keep hearing about motherfuckers having what they say, liberal, what values or conservative and all this shit, man. What is all this supposed to mean and shit, man? You know, I'm trying to get educated. Somebody bring me up the par, man. Well, what exactly is a liberal? What exactly is a conservative? You know what I'm talking about? And I noticed that they keep, you know, the masses in the media, of course, the propaganda machines. They still with this equating all motherfucking, you know, well, I'm gonna say it like this, you know, when I listen to these blogs and all of these like videos and, you know, press conferences and shit of people, you know, going out in the public and talking to people at barbershops. They talking to them at, you know, the women in the little hair salons and, you know, I'm seeing that they got Barack Obama and shit showing up at, you know, college campuses and shit, and supposed to be addressing the so-called young black men and the young so-called black uh women or young ladies of, you know, their importance in this role of wanting to get Kamala Harris in office and shit. You know what I'm saying? But you notice every time that they that I watch, well, when I see and I observe, and I'm, you know, listening to this shit, and I'm noticing every time they talking about, you know, getting the black vote or the, you know, they talking about the you know, it's this big thing going on right now and all across the internet about how young black men, young so-called black men are not in alliance with the so-called black nominee, Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I want to talk about it today and shit, and especially what I be noticing every time I see the these videos and these blogs, and they, you know, conducting their interviews or they questionnaires with the young so-called black folks. It's always the American Negro. Like, you don't see no Africans up there. You don't see no what you would call South Americans or Caribbeans, Caribbean islanders and all that. It's always the American Negro that's being questioned, that, you know, that's their mentality or their state of mind or where they at with it, what's their train of thoughts on this Kamala Harris and this Donald Trump thing. You know what I'm saying? So I want to know exactly and shit, you know, because I keep hearing this thing come up where they're saying black people are supposed to be or should be conservatives and shit. So what exactly is a conservative? What exactly is a conservative, and what is the difference between a conservative and a liberal? Like, what the hell is the differences in this shit? I want to know. Shout out to my comrade, the enemy's public, my good brother, my sincere brother, Nasir. Let's see, woke, what's good, cuz? I woke in the motherfucking house early. I see Dawood up in this thing. What's up with you, cuz? What it is? Juice. Peace and grand rising, cuz up. It made my good brother Epic. Epic, what you doing, man? Hit the line and shit, man. I know you probably motherfucking knowledgeable of this shit, man. What exactly is a liberal, man? And what is it? And what is a conservative and shit, man? What is all this shit supposed to mean and shit, man? Are we supposed to have these fucking so-called values or morals or train of thought when it comes to interacting with people, or are we supposed to be educated in politics? Because I'm not educated in that shit at all. I don't know a goddamn thing about politics. I've only voted in my life one time, and that was because I was persuaded to by my family. My family was trying to get me to vote for Bill Clinton. I think that was. He's either Bill Clinton or Al Gore, one of the motherfuckers and shit back in the day. I don't know who it was. I just remember I only voted one time. And I didn't really know who the hell I was voting for or why I was voting, but I was voting because my family was telling me I needed to vote for a particular person. I want to say it was Bill Clinton and shit at the time. I think so and shit, you know, but I don't know a damn thing about no politics and shit. I don't know, like, what I'm starting to see of just paying attention, you know, recently of late, that, you know, it's a shit show either way you go and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Republicans and shit want to be I mean, this is my opinion, my viewpoint on it, but Republicans, that particular party seems to be like blatant, you know, white power, you know, what they call it, the Confederacy or the Confederate whites seem to be embracing the Republican Party and the so-called Negroes is supposed to be embracing the Democratic Party and shit, but it's a lot of shit, a lot of things that come along with embracing these parties and their policies for the people and what's going to be legal and what's going to be illegal, what rights you're going to have and what rights you're not going to have. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. So I've been kind of seeing the difference in the two. What I can say is that I definitely, with me as a Negro in this country today, in this year today, will be 2024, headed to 2025 and shit, man. The policies that the Democrat Party want to put in with all of the transhumanism and the alphabet soup and the children being able to have rights to to go against parents and decide what they want to be in life and all this crazy stuff. I'm definitely against all that types of shit. Certain shit I definitely wouldn't be wanting my children to be engaging into or having them types of fucking mentalities or trains of thought and embracing that types of shit. Like hell no. But I don't know too much of the Republican Party, so I want to learn about some of this shit today and shit, man. Peace and grand rising to my comrade, the enemy's public, man. Salute.
Salute, good brother. How you doing this morning?
Man, I'm doing grand, man. I'm doing grand. How about
brother,
you, brother?
You would get a migraine headache trying to distinguish these people from each other. They're all the same. I would never attempt to distinguish these people from each other. I know one thing: they are bipartisan when it comes to us. So I'm not going to try that. They agree when it comes to us. So I'm not going to try to distinguish the two. It's like I call them Republicrats. That's what I call them, Republicrats.
Okay, so let me ask you this, good brother, and shout out to my beautiful, sincere sister Copper Goddess, and peace to the brother Don Ross, man. Milestones, I see you, cuzzo. But what exactly is a conservative? What is a conservative, brother?
I've always seen a conservative as just another greedy ass motherfucker, man.
even though they're saying conservative.
Yep. Conservatives is that Daffy Duck when he goes mine, 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 mine. That's a conservative.
Okay, so and the liberal is supposed to be different than that? It's supposed to be the opposite?
A liberal is nothing but a deceptive, sneaky ass conservative. He's saying mine, mine, mine too. But he's just trying to get, you to say yours, yours, yours. I don't trust none of them, brother. I don't trust them.
Oh shit! I'm trying to get some understanding of this shit because I've never known. I'm being all the way genuine. This shit, man. I am totally illiterate and ignorant when it comes to politics, man. Like I don't know anything about. Motherfuckers be talking about. That we will have some power if we was to actually vote locally and stuff. I'm just not educated in none of that shit because I never ever in my life thought for a chance that the government was for.
Are they talking about loco or loco? Because they crazy as hell if they think they gonna have some power, putting their faith in the damn politician.
So why is it this thing and shit where people seem to act like that it's supposed to be some type of power within politics? So all of that is one big illusion. And peace to my good brother Epic Studies, man.
They heard somebody else saying it. They might as well sit on a branch and and be the parrot they are. All they doing is parroting what somebody else said, and they believed it when somebody said it, so they're going around repeating it. It's real. It's which one are dumber, the one who first said it or the one who's repeating it? I don't know which one. The person who initiated the dumbass gesture and statement, or the one who's going around repeating it. I don't know which one is dumber.
So in the eyes of the masses of the people, and what they're appearing to be projecting to the people is Kamala Harris supposed to be, even though I know she's running for the Democrat Party, and forgive me, man, I'm asking all these questions because I'm telling you truthfully and shit I do not know. I'm being all the way real. I don't know. I'm asking these questions to get some type of understanding today on how all this shit's supposed to work. So are the Democrat is supposed to be projected as liberals or conservatives?
Again, brother, I'm not gonna get no headache. Not me. Trying to distinguish the two. I'm not gonna get no headache trying to distinguish the two. All I can say is how she got there was illegal. I can say that much. Because she didn't even run in the primary. And how does she become the nominee when they had a runner up who went against Biden? Biden won. So the one who was the runner up is supposed to get that spot. She didn't even run in the primary. How did she become the nominee? That's crazy. All that shit's illegal. But you know, you're living in a country that has laws, but they don't go by the law that they're governed under. So, but the shit's illegal according to the law. She didn't even run, but she ended up being the nominee. That's crazy.
Dang. So hold on. So what you're telling me is that the even though that she was technically the vice president of Joe Biden, being that he stepped down and said she's not the first runner up, being that she's the vice president.
She's supposed to, she could take over. She could take over his position if he leaves as president. But as far as him running for president, nah. She's not supposed to just automatically step in. She didn't run for president. There was a runner up in the primaries. And that person's supposed to get that spot if he drop out. She didn't have no campaign. She's the nominee without a campaign. Now, running under Biden, his administration, she's under him. She didn't run. Just say Biden decides, you know, I want somebody else as my vice president my next term. She's out.
Right.
But nobody never did that. I don't recall somebody ever doing that. Besides, you know, this time Donald Trump, he's running again, and he has Vance as his, you know, because Pence he want to distance himself from him. But how she got there was illegal. Well, is illegal.
So technically, right now, Joe Biden is actually still supposed to be active and doing a lot of the press conferences and all that types of shit. The attention that she's getting is actually right now should be technically going to Joe Biden.
Well, as far as like, you know, the presidential duties and stuff, that would be Joe Biden. I don't know if he had a mental capacity to do so, but that's supposed to be him. You know, they're not even, I don't even think the man doing anything presidential right about now. He probably sitting home somewhere, you know. I don't know. But they're putting a lot of our people are getting emotional over this, and I don't understand how they're saying, you know, I was watching a stream yesterday, and the young people on there were saying, why aren't we talking about Donald Trump and what he's doing as opposed to what Kamala Harris is doing? And I'm like, look, why would you have to pull anything up on Donald Trump when he is the obvious? He's not trying to pass himself as a black man. Okay, he's not trying to do that. And he's an obvious outright liar, as opposed to someone who's trying to get among us and say she's one of us. It's two different dynamics. They're both liars, but she's more deceptive than he is. A lot more deceptive than Donald Trump. Donald Trump's an outright liar. She's one of those, you know, and the way she panders to everybody she get around. And she does it in a very stereotypical manner. She get around Puerto Rican, she talking that accent. She get around Jamaica, she talking that accent. She get around some sisters, she start snapping her fingers and rolling her eyes and her, you know, that sister girl shit. And she get around, you know, she just panders to everybody in a stereotypical manner. And that's, you know, that's obvious too. But that sneaky ass, you know, that sneaky ass, wicked ass smile on her face when she's doing it is what don't sit right with me. Because she thinks she could come among us and treat us like we don't know a damn thing.
Hmm.
And like we don't know that she's doing what she's doing.
Hmm.
But, you know, I wouldn't vote. I don't, you know, I wouldn't vote left or right. Period. Never have, and I wouldn't. And if a president do something for our people, it'd be the first time that they've done something for our people. And I don't expect it of them. I expect to go out and get mine on my own. I'm not looking for a benevolent politician to do a damn thing for me.
Feel you on that, and I definitely agree with you on that. And shout out to AP, Copper Grizzly in the house, Big Aboriginal Power, ATF, All Times Flat, Chief Copperfoot. Did I miss anybody? I think I got it. I think somebody else crept in here. The cynical one. And House of Nathan, man. Peace to the Kendrick, man. Grand Rise. Epic, what's good? Epic, what it do?
Salute to the brothers.
What up?
What up?
I'll let Epic get it first since he was up here before me.
Well, I was just gonna bring perspective to the two political views that you spoke of earlier. I think they're just basically their political views, you know what I'm saying, or political ideologies. And as far as those ideologies may influence, you know, how a person may view politics. It basically is just the social bearing part of it. I mean, a conservative and a liberal is basically the only difference is the attributes. Like you might have one side that's more for government, you know what I'm saying, more for a free market and less government. Then the other side, you might have that may be the opposite. The other side may be wanting more government intervention. You know what I'm saying? And that's basically all it is. They're just political views, political ideologies. And it really, it's just only bearing it has is just on the social part of the politics. So it's just basically how people view it. But when it comes down to, you know, the actual exercise of the politics, you know, one's feelings and emotions and stuff like that, it's not supposed to be involved. Whatever their political views and all of that, it's not supposed to, you know, be involved. But that's basically what that is. So you got different parts of people's political views, you know, like what I spoke of just a few minutes ago, social issues, politicians, economic policies, and, you know, government roles and healthcare and immigration and all this gun control and all that type of stuff. Those are the attributes that have the different political sides. And it influences not only politicians, but the people in general. And this is why it's constantly, in my opinion, I think that's why it's constantly pushed on us to think in either of these directions. You know what I mean? It's pushed as if those are our only options. Where I'm for me personally, and shout out to Woke too, because I believe he said this day before yesterday. Or how about exercising the choice not to even participate at all? How about not choosing either side? How about what I think? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's what ultimately the people have to get back to exercising. the power, you know, that not what the power that someone else has give them, but the power that innately and inherently resides within, you know, within us all. And that it can't be regulated, though, you know, people and politicians may try to, but that comes at the swing of, like you said, the different politics that they use to sway the mind into thinking in this direction, and then thus limiting our power. And I yield.
So basically, it only
Yeah.
work.
No, you gotta agree.
Now I was gonna say this statement and shit. What I'm getting is shit like it only works if the government is in power. So if the government loses its power, then there wouldn't be any need for politics.
No. The government is in place to protect the very limited power that they have. The limited power that the government has stems from the people, the very people that are contented to be governed by such a government. But again, that power is limited. So it's not like they have a power of free reign over the people. That's a misconception. You see what I'm saying? That, like the principles of what I'm talking about. One, you know, governing oneself, being able to live, move, and have one's being, and exercising the natural order of society by doing whatever it is that you do. So provided that you don't infringe on the next person's right to do so as well, without depriving them of their life, limb, or property. That's my perspective on it. I think that's natural order, only codified into everything else. But I'm saying outside of any governmental or political or even a corporate structure that has rules and regulations to govern social norms or political views or what have you. Outside of that, this is something that naturally occurs amongst us people anyway, and that's the power that rests with us. It's the coming together in the unity of those basic universal concepts that these governments are formed from, and it stems from the people in general. But the people don't consent to anything tyrannical. They don't submit to or consent to a government that illegally or unlawfully tries to rule over them. You know what I'm saying? That's not. I'm quite sure the people don't knowingly, willingly, and intelligently consent to that form of government at all. And that's what I'm saying. The government here isn't established upon that principle of tyranny or rulership. That's why the government has limited authority and limited power. And that's what I'm saying. They sway us in a different direction through these politics that they show us through the television, through the radio, through advertising, and all of that. And that's what convinces and influences us to change our minds from these essential viewpoints, for which is the very foundation of what's supposed to be the very foundation of this government or any government, especially at North America. It's supposed to be these principles are supposed to be the foundation. We're not supposed to be swayed or convinced otherwise. That's what made us so strong. You couldn't convince us to go in a different direction because we understood these principles naturally. You see what I'm saying? This was the natural thinking. But again, like I said, you know, through the politics, through the pacifying, through the you know, and it's always done through propaganda. It desensitizes us. It weakens our the very state about the very structure and foundation that we stand upon. It has shaken that, and we didn't stand strongly on it, which is why something different going on today. But it's only out of ignorance because a lot of people believe the lies that have been told. They believe the images that they see without further study, without further, you know, digging. It's like we're all just operating on the surface of it. When the digging takes work. And for the most part, people just aren't ready to do the work to comprehend it. to even, let alone try to do anything about it. So,
Mm.
but I yield there.
All right, Woke, you got it and shit. Well, what's your perspective on this, man? Like, do you see any differences in what's supposed to be a Republican, Democrat, or conservative and a liberal?
Oh yeah, it's definitely when it comes to politics, there's a difference. I said that wrong. When it comes to politics, there's no difference. But the actual definition, there is a difference. So I just wanted to provide you with the actual, because I know you was trying to get that. Damn, did he fall off? Shit, I think he probably can still hear though. But and if he needed me to repeat it, I'll repeat it. But there's no difference when it comes to politics. But when it comes to the actual definition, and I like to do that, I like to know what an actual word means. I like what he's doing right now because I like to do the same thing. Greedy. I like to fucking know what a word means, and then I apply my discernment to, decide if that's something I want to roll with or if that's just some more propaganda. So basically, a liberal would be like the new age people, the people that's cool with LGBTQ. Because liberal is like liberties. You know what I'm saying? It's basically short for liberties. So people who want to have the liberty to do this or do that and do this. Our grandparents would be conservative because they're more traditional. They would like to stay in like, nah, I want to keep it like this. Nah, man, you know what I'm saying? So that's the difference in the definitions. But when it comes to politics, this is where it doesn't help you. Because, like I said, when it comes to the new ideas that they're pushing, we talking about LGBTQ, wild and shit. Your kids get to make decisions on their sex, just stupid shit. So you like, nah, I don't fall in right there. And then when you think of conservative is meaning that we going the same way we've been going, and that ain't been working. So that's why it's like neither one of them work in politics because of the ideas that they put in front of you, as far as what's going to be the change and what's going to stay the same. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it doesn't work in politics, but there is an actual definition. There is a difference between the two. But like I said, in politics, it does not help you. You know what I'm saying? Because they are the ones pushing all the propaganda and everything that they want you to think and know. So I heard a comedian say this one time, and it made so much sense. Comedians, they say a lot of truth, even with their puppet acts, you know what I'm saying? Because they get you to laugh at shit that's truth. So you don't really take it as serious as you're supposed to. So a comedian said, like, man, I don't even know why, like, we get into this being Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative. He's like, man, it's some things that I'm liberal about, and there's some things that I'm conservative about. He's like gun control shit. I'm conservative, you know what I'm saying? Like, as far as like, yeah, keep it how it was, you know what I'm saying? We get to have our guns, blah, blah, blah. That nigga said prostitution, I'm liberal on that shit. You know what I'm saying? That was the funny part, because he basically saying like, shit, yeah, I pay for some hoes, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, let the hoes, you know what I'm saying, sell their pussy. That's, even though that's a joke and it's supposed to be funny, but the point of that joke was to be like, yeah, when you using discernment, it's gonna be certain things you're gonna hear, you're gonna be like, fuck that shit, I ain't fucking with it. And there's gonna be certain things you hear, you'll be like, yeah, I fuck with that. And that's just that's just life. So like, yeah, when it comes to politics, yeah, they putting you in a box. So they saying that every time this type of thought comes out, you gotta ride with it because this is what you riding with. When it's sometimes you might be like, nah, I don't fuck with that though. So yeah, it's definitely gonna fuck you up to put yourself in any box. You know what I'm saying? Like the enemy's public was saying, he was like, yeah, you would fucking hurt your head trying to fuck with that shit. Like he was just making little funny examples, even though you wanted the real definition. But his examples was kind of spot on. Like, nigga, you really ain't going nowhere if you choose one or the other. So that's what I wanted to say. That's it.
Hey, that's
brother Greedy. My brother Greedy. Before you go on, brother, I'm at work, so if you're still going when I go on my next break, I'm coming through. But I agree with everything the brother said. He was spot on with what he was saying. Just want to leave with that, brothers. Peace.
Peace, brother. And we should still be on this just to be an interesting one today. And I agree with what you're saying too, bro, because it's like when I hear certain certain shit when it comes to, well, I could damn near say everything the fucking the Democrat Party or Biden or Obama, even back to Obama, and now where they trying to push this Kamala Harris thing and shit. I don't agree with anything that them motherfuckers be talking about. I'm just keeping it real and shit. I don't agree with none of the policies that they be trying to push forth or the plans that they be trying to act like that they putting in place for the future and shit. I don't agree with none of that shit, and I don't agree with everything Trump be saying, but some things and shit, especially when it comes to like gun control and migration things and shit like that, these illegal immigrants and shit like that, having power to be police in our motherfucking communities and certain shit I agree with, but at the same time I don't agree with him as an individual. I don't agree with him having the power to make certain changes within the economy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he may be a good businessman, like some people say and shit. He may know how to operate in business, but as far as him being the one who can give Congress the power or sign off on certain shit pertaining to the future of our children and shit like that, I don't agree with all the values and the shit that they be talking about. And first and foremost and shit, they are not our motherfucking people and shit, But yeah, I'm getting some understanding today and shit. I'm getting some learning today on exactly how these politics and shit's supposed to work. And shout out to Blue and shit, man. Peace, Blue.
Yeah, what's good the chat it. Well, yesterday with the Americans in the chat.
Your mic
Yeah,
real low. You got to turn your volume up, bro.
is that any better? Is that any better?
Nah,
Still
it's
kind
kind
of
of
the same, Blue.
yeah. You might have to
Is
go
that
out and come back in, bro. And shout out to that D. Allen Warren, Mama Love, Texas in the
come
house,
back out?
and the OG Wilmore Reed. And that's another thing too, and shit. Like I was speaking on earlier, though, y'all. The when you look and pay attention, like, well, this is a question I got to raise too. I want to get y'all perspective on this. If they constantly, if us in the conscious community, you like most people that's considered woke or call themselves conscious and shit, they'll outright tell you that your vote doesn't count. Your vote really doesn't matter and shit. You're just voting for nothing, basically, and shit. So why is it in the media and shit that they're always projecting this thing that it's something about the so-called black man's vote? Why is that? Why do you think that is?
Because of that fact that you just brought up, the fact that a lot of people in these conscious black spaces will preach that, and they know that's a big talking point in these spaces. So their main target is going to be the people who, and then black people are seen as like the most victimized person in America when you go back to the narrative of slavery and then Jim Crow and then everything just leading up to today. You know what I'm saying? So black man, black woman is always going to be their first target because like that's their best audience. That's their best listening audience because according to history and somewhat present day, you know what I'm saying, they're the most victimized person. So yeah, they're definitely going to want their ear the most because they feel like, those people have the most influence over a, and what I mean by influence, I mean because like this thing don't work without a victim. You gotta have some victims in here. You know what I'm saying? Like with the ooze and the Holocaust and all that, you gotta have that shit. It's gotta be some people that got victimized in order for you to start standing up and making all these changes or so-called changes and trying to sway people to go this way and go that way. It gotta be somebody that's victimized. Because if everybody was okay and feeling good and feeling like, man, I'm all right. They've been treating me all right in America. This politics stuff don't work. You know what I'm saying? Like they gotta have a ultimate victim, and it's the black person in America.
Yo, is this any better?
Yeah, it's way better.
Yeah,
All
yes,
right,
sir.
cool. All
Mhm.
right, cool. Yeah. Peace, greed, epic. Well, don't know. Peace to the original Americans in the chat. Yeah. So yeah, I had to come up obviously because I seen who was on the panel and that. So I know it's always going to be a good reasoning. So me personally, on the outside looking in, what with family in America, and just things that I've picked up and heard and learned, I like to take it. See, these politics now, I don't think it's got nothing to do with so-called black people, other than the ones in certain demographics of status and tax status. You know what I'm saying? Who are in certain companies, corporations, and organizations. Because when you go back and you look at the NAACP, which was made by white people, funded by white people to appease and also divide so-called black people by giving you these unnecessary thought patterns that had nothing to do with anybody other than the people that was coming over and constructing these things. Because again, y'all had to start sharecropping, because when they brought over so many people, the Europeans, the Gothic type of looking people, the Germans and a lot of the Russians and whatever, they switched them into Democrats purposely. They all turned them into Democrats, made them whatever something American they were, and most of their government were for them. But because of the fact these people were impeding on the original Americans, on their land, on their businesses, and encroaching on whatnot, somehow, some way, there was an integration instead of separation and segregation, or just separation. You know, being able to be conservative within your own rights, human rights, to not want to be dictated to by people you didn't want nothing to do with in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So like, again, I go back to the NAACP, which was part of your politics, the so-called black, or it was the Negro people's politics. Then you've got the civil rights, where again, the people on the board who were working and manufacturing the emotions of the Negro, or in them cases they were trying to call you colored or black. That was there again by, you know, Martin Luther King and other people that were extracts of Europeans, again made by white people. You take it to the affirmative action, funded by white people, who's on the board, light-skinned Negroes that aren't from America or a second generation. You know what I'm saying? And you take it to the bullshit of Black Lives Matter. Those were your politics. You know what I'm saying? And that was because it was done specifically for the Negro, the colored, and then the black. This type of politics, what's going on now, it's all a joke anyway. It's all the same, just like it is over here. The Conservatives, Labour, and the Tories or whatever. These people don't do anything. They don't make the laws. They don't change the acts. They're there as foolery for us, just like the Republicans and Democrats. They ain't making no changes or laws. They make jokes and fight against each other and all that bullshit, just like they do over here. It's the people, they're the shields and the screen for the people above, the financiers who are creating this, who have created this government, who have created the UN, NATO, and these type of operations. Yeah, you look what they've just done to Toga in the South Pacific, near Australia. They use Harpon there because they were going to pump in 8 billion into crypto. They took out Kazakhstan because they were the 7th leading crypto pushers with the finance. You know what I'm saying? You can see the shit that they do. And remember as well, all of these wars that, see, for these people to operate, they have to push and show us everything. They'll show us these bombs being flown into Gaza or into Palestine. They'll show us that. Because otherwise, if they don't show us or tell us nothing, we have no knowledge of it. It needs to be pumped into our imagination because we're not thinking nothing of that. Because we haven't seen it yet with our five senses. We haven't used. See, this is another thing, just a sidebar, and then I'll stop, because I'm going through a lot of shit with my council. I'm going at them. And I'm starting to get a little, not paranoid, but certain little weird things are happening. I got locked up for like 2 weeks. Well, 17 days. You know what I'm saying? On some bullshit. What I wouldn't have got locked up for before. So there's a war on our local level, on our social level, with people we see every day. That's what they don't want us to do. They do not want us to operate in our own collective circles like the ancestors would have, our ancestors, our great grandmas and grandpas, how they would have made their own decisions within communities and passed it on. It's not happening here. They don't want it to. And a lot of people are falling for this political agenda, making that fill their mind, making these images fill their mind, instead of the fucking images, pardon my language, the images and the reality and the real, what you see when you walk in your own streets. And you're there thinking, why is it so messy? Why are there so many foreign people in here with no passports, undocumented? Why is this crime gone up? You know what I'm saying? You see, why is this so expensive? Why is this food so much up? Why is the fruit bland, no take? What is going on? Ain't no one really talking about that. Not on YouTube anyway. And not in politics. And really not even at local level. Again, we have governance of ourselves individually. Yeah? Awareness, intuition, instinct. That you should use over thinking. Too much thinking, you know less when you think too much. Because most of the shit that a lot of us thought, and me included, is from somewhere else. It wasn't subject of our concern until it's been made a concern. Palestine ain't our concern. The Middle East ain't our concern. How do I know it's even going on? How did I know Ukraine and all that bullshit was going on? I never seen it. I don't want belief, hope, faith, fucking none of that. My five senses that I have, that's it. Ain't anything else I can't use my five senses for. It ain't real. It's only of someone's imagination into mine. And I'm not having that no more. Because that's how we've been dictated to. I'll just keep my bad. Peace anyway.
Hey, I see what you're saying and shit though, Blue. And it holds a lot of weight too and shit, because I noticed too and shit that around all these election times, they try to persuade people and gain people's attention and shit according to exactly what you're speaking on and shit. A lot of wars that's going on, a lot of shit, the crime that's happening and shit. So they try to give a lot of questionnaires to the nominees or the people that's running, as far as like what are they going to do as far as to correct this, and what are they going to do as far as the solution to this, and how they going to correct that, and and shit like that. So it's basically shit, a lot of propaganda shit right along with it and shit at the same time. But I'm still trying to figure out though, why is it mainly always targeted around the so-called black people's votes?
Because you lot don't vote, because you're not as stupid. Sorry, because you're not as stupid as you think. Yeah, so-called black men and black women aren't as stupid and slow and simple and dumb as you think. We're not. We
I'll be
don't
back,
vote
y'all.
because we just know. Our grandmas and grandpas taught us something. Stubbornness. Shit ain't right. And this is what I'm saying. People are thinking too much, trying to get involved in politics. What for? You ain't intellectual. It's fake. It's fake. You ain't knowledgeable because it ain't even an experience. What is politics? Ain't an experience. It's just talk. You get me? You see, like this, the Agenda 21. That's to get 190 countries all on the same page. That's what that's all about. But people will tell you it's something different, just to gain views. People will talk about Elon Musk and all that bullshit and Nephilims just to get views. Fucking Nephilims. Blood, check this. The other day, my son taught me something and he's 9. He was like, Dad, do you think, life, like when we just made this game? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, the character don't know anything. So anywhere he walks on this map, that's all his brain's going to see. Yo, blood, he nearly made me cry through emotion and joy. You get me? I get goose pimples now because it's fucking real. That's the realest, blood, it's the realest thing I've ever heard. Because when I sat back and I thought to myself, hold on, man. So if I'm a base human, everything is pure light because everything we see is from our mind first. The eye can only go, you can only go as far as the eye can see. Meaning, once your eyes can't see what's in front of you, you don't know it's there. It's not there until you keep on walking. So everything what's being given, aliens, dinosaurs, the fucking globe Earth, portals, Netflix, all of that's bullshit. It's not of this realm.
There you go, Blue, go on there.
Because when I make a computer game, it's the exact same thing. The character's gonna walk around on this open map exploring. And through instinct and awareness and intuition is how we operate. End of. Anything else put into our mind that we don't use our 5 senses for is bullshit.
You got a point there, Blue. Blue said, oh, that's just some bullshit. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, listen, we are in a simulated creation, yeah? No hologram, no nothing. What comes out is from our mind, just like the TV, yeah? The audio, which is your ears, the video, which is your eyes. You know what I'm saying? They've created things from us. We are here for an experience, yeah, which is X, the outer, peer, above your peers, knowing more, and then the mentis, the mind, knowing more of the outer, because it's you creating it. Why do you think you have to have belief and hope and faith in some of these things? Why do you think they have to push these wars and show us images? Because if they don't, we have no knowledge of it. So therefore, they are not even relevant. This is why they keep having to ram so much in us, because our mind is a computer. You cannot make us. You can't make us from 8-bit to whatever bit we are in now, 128 or whatever, right? We're still getting glitches in these PS5s and some of these computers. And the shit that you use, right, will get either smaller, but you will use more components. To make us without energy, yeah, to try and make us human, you would need blood. You can't do it. You can't
Hold
do
on,
it.
Blue. Hold on, Blue. You got me thinking over here on some shit. So you
can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it.
Oh, listen, no. Hold on, no. Listen. One thing with the creation of a radio and the TV, most people would I guess I would say they would tend to think that that's a good thing, because now you can hear about.
It's a thought projection. It puts thoughts and images in your mind that you create a reality for.
That's where I'm going with it. So, like most people see it as, that's like if we get on fucking YouTube, or you get on the internet and shit, you could pull up world news. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in Maryland and shit. I ain't gotta just hear about the news of what's happening in Maryland. I'm able to hear about what's going on in California. I'm able to hear about what's happening in VA, what's going on in New York, or what's supposed to be going on out of the country. I got world news. I got access to world news now. So being that I have that and they know that they made it that way, it's a possibility and shit that it's not actually world news and shit. It's actually all indoctrination and shit in order to have your mind seeing things in a certain way, perceiving the world a certain way.
Yeah, I did think that, but then I thought, well, no, because everyone's having their own individual images. We all see the sun because they're already there in this simulation. You know what I'm saying? But again, you would only see this terrain as flat. You know what I'm saying? This simulation or your mind hasn't comprehended anything round. That's why they have to show us that and push that. You know
I mean, like you were saying earlier, your senses won't agree with a globe Earth.
Right. Check this.
Agree with that. You have to be taught that and then believe in it.
Right. And they have to show images for us to intake that. But check this. This is how we operate. I know when you're lying because your facial expressions will change. Your body movement will change. And then because you're thinking, you're not using your intuition or your awareness. You're not using that straight away. Or instinct. Your instinct is to think and lie. Again, too much thinking causes the issue. Because they give us too much to think. And obviously, the reason why we do see like things in different parts of the earth is because they've created things called cameras and recorded and use digitalized things for us to see that. But I haven't seen it with my 5 senses. It's not tangible to me until I get there. You know what I'm saying? So again, everything that what's been created for us and what's in our mind now is not of our perception or our concept of consciousness. People perceive consciousness differently. My perception of it is how I've just said it. You know what I'm saying? Other people's perception is now to give you their perception and push their imagination and thinking patterns into your minds and our minds, into our children's minds constantly.
So in your mind and how you putting it right now, basically like what we are learning and what us over here in America feel that we know of the war that's supposed to be going on right now in Israel and all that. It's a possibility that all that's propaganda. It ain't really no war.
I don't believe none of it because unfortunately, I'll say this and it won't sound nice, but show me the bodies, show me the babies, show me the children, the women, show me them splattered against the wall, show me the bloodstains. Don't show me Russian tanks that you're saying are Ukrainian tanks. Because they've been found out. Like how are you having a war in Ukraine when people were taking flights to the Ukraine? When you've got footballers and sportsmen playing their chosen sports while there's a war going on. It's propaganda. It's all to move people about and to take over. It's been like that from day. Remember, the real creation of the United States was in 1832 or 1834. Because over here is run by Nazis, and in America, and now in France, they are the major players. They are the Masonic colors of the flags, the red, white, and blue. You know what I'm saying? So,
but see, there's another angle to that. And I'm just being real and shit. I'm just thinking. I'm building with you. There's another angle to that because if you have that mentality.
Hey, yo, we ain't debating, we're just chopping it up, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to say it like that. Yeah, for real, man. You say it how you are. You're a big man, you know what I'm saying? My elder blood. Not that you so.
I'm speaking for the people as well and shit in the audience and shit. We making good content for them as well and shit, man. Shout out to my comrade, Smoke Signal. I see Texas in the building. And who else I saw and shit, man, that popped up in the house.
Just read it. Sorry, 1 minute. Sorry, Smoke Signal as well. I've noticed, right? Cause I've been tapping in a little bit and listening when I can. He's another that questions things more. I've noticed he's questioning a lot of shit.
Oh,
Apologies,
Smoke
man.
Signal, always that open mind and shit. That's why that's my comrade. Real talk. But yeah, like, see what I'm saying is, like, if you live in your life and you thinking that way and shit, that everything that you see and shit on TV, or everything that you hear and shit ain't possibly what it is and shit, and that's basically saying the shit that ain't really shit going on in the world and shit, bro. Ain't nothing really going on. There ain't really nothing happening and shit, bro. Just motherfuckers really think that this shit.
They're not really showing as much, are they? Like I say, they're just showing, and they've got reporters right next to the hellfires what are going over, and bombing where? Bombing who? How has Palestine got a war? How are you even still over there? How are the people still in Palestine when you've been over there so many times, killing so many people? What are the bots? Are the androids? What's going? Who are you killing?
Man, I'm amazed that they still got all that shit really popping and going on to this day, man. Shout out to 305 War Chief, Mama Love, man, all the kindred in the house, man. Shout out to the peoples, man. But yeah, like I'm
ask yourself though, why do they really check this though? Ask yourself, right? Is it news, yeah? Or like why do they have to show it? Why? What is the importance of showing war? Like murder. What is their point? That's what you have to ask yourself. Why are they showing it so much? Why do they make these false flags so much of all them crisis actors from Shosek? Like why do they or Veritas? You know what I'm saying? They're providers that do training exercises. And it always seems in these false flags, training exercises occur beforehand. You know what I mean? It's mad. Why did they need to do these things? It's because you don't really get school kids going around murdering people in their classes. You get me? You don't really normally get masses of Muslim people making bombs, military grade bombs with amateur shit. It don't happen. You get these people coming out of schools like MI5 and MI6 and some of these other Mossad Israel secret services who were there just to work on a stage. Remember, this is their stage. And we've got a vast mind for them to fill. But I'm not even worried about me. I'm worried about the children because they ain't nothing for them. Nothing. All they can hope for is good. I don't even like the word parent because the word parent is parent. You're renting your children, sorry. So they be good nurturers and guiders and teachers.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? Mothers and fathers that ain't being instruments of a society that's just drowning in bullshit. I see it all the time over here. I see our man go on. I don't even like some of the Africans that have moved around my area because it's where I've got my apartments. It's a nice area, and these people are cheek. They try and look down at me, try and look like nah. Are you looking down at me in your Uber car, on your Deliveroo bike? Because that's another issue as well that I think should be more pressing and concerning to the original Americans. The amount of people that have come over. And I ain't hearing none of this like over here, like so-called black people don't want to do these types of jobs. Yeah, they will, because they want to feed the family. A lot of men work. And ain't afraid to. If you work, what? You work because you know the system. You have to work in this system, unfortunately. Unless you've got a lot of money, you know what I'm saying. And even then, So like, you've got thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands of people that have come over and taken a lot of money and taken a lot of work, cheap
I
labor as
mean,
well.
so basically and shit, man, the real war that's being fought right
From
in
black
front of everything.
people is the real war.
Hold
What's being pushed
on.
on you is other people coming into your country and taking your work and taking your your liberties. You know what I'm saying? Taking your communities and breaking them apart, making them multicultural, but in a sense of they're not white people, they're different people of different shades that they all want you to be unified with, and you can't because you're not them, they're not you. While they all want you to vote for these people to come in and do the said thing.
See, that's what I'm saying and shit. Like, how much of it is real and how much of it ain't real? You know, like, see, we picking and choosing now on what they're showing through the media and what's going on
Leader,
what
you can
happened.
see the influx of foreign people that have come in. You can see that in your streets. That's why they don't really talk about that in like even really over here. There's been riots over here for it. Imagine this. They've took
I
our
think
left, yeah?
it's depending on what area you at and where you at. Because like where I'm at and shit, I don't really see these fucking foreigners and shit. Like, it's always been looking the same to me and shit. Like the same foreigners running the same fucking gas stations and shit and all the fucking little beauty
Yes,
supplies.
the
It's
major
always
cities that they've gone to, the major cities that they've gone to mainly in the up north, like New York, Philadelphia, you know what I'm saying, Detroit, Chicago, them places.
But New York has always looked that same way. Shit, New York always been a fucking melting pot and shit. So how the fuck you gonna be able to tell the difference up there?
Because of the amount of strain what's on the actual economy. It's the same over here. You can the areas get dirtier, the rubbish, the violence, the volume of noise. Like, I'm saying that because it's like this here where I am and it's annoying me. Blood, I sound like a right wing, that's it. Because they've took our left and made it super, super soft left. So like what you were saying, it's the LGBT now if you want to be left. No, I'll be right wing then. Yeah? I've told some of these African man, you might wait, because when I've asked why you come over here, and the shade they don't want to say, I'm saying, why you come over here? And they're like, oh, because I am Christian. I'm like, what? They become basically because they're Christian and they're running away from Muslim. I'm like, what? Hold on a minute. So you ran away from your family, and you think you can talk to me? How did you get that bike? That bike's £2,000. How did you get that bike? The government gave me. Blood, I've seen it. They get a lot of money, man. You see an American or Jamaican comes over here, you don't get nothing. But if you're African, Eastern European, you will get a lot. Like, we've got Afghanistan's over here. I thought there was bombing Afghanistan's. Like, it's because Britain have come out of the European Union for a reason. Because they want everybody moving all over the place. Like, you see that. But that ain't gonna change. You get me? Where's this wall that Trump was building? That's just bullshit to make y'all go on like he's some bad man. Remember, these men are actors. He's already been on TV firing people. These men are actors like Ronald Reagan. They gave you Obama. One was a mixed brother like me. I'm more dark. I'm more blacker than him, if there is a thing of being blacker. You know what I'm saying? And he's Kenyan. Like, how fucking... That's cheeky. That is blood. Come on, man. They don't give you nobody that represents the original people. No, nothing. And look, they gave you Kamala. A lot of us knew Kamala was already like Indian. Kamala. You know what I'm saying? But they hide all that. But it's just funny that it all comes out now. And you know the maddest thing? It ain't gonna make a difference. Candace Owen can say as much as she wants. It ain't gonna make a difference. Because they've already got it in the bag. They already know what's gonna happen. It's already scripted. So any voting ain't making no difference, just like over here. Because all they do is talk with their pompous selves. You know what I'm saying? Looking weird as fuck.
See,
And
that's
then you
that's
got
the part figure out and shit, bro. So you're saying that they basically doing it for a heavy distraction and shit to keep making it seem like they keep trying to make it appear as if these certain presidents need a certain percentage of the so-called black votes in order to do what they do. Why do they keep making that to seem to be something strong if your vote really ain't shit? So why are they doing this shit? To just keep people fucking distracted and shit, bro?
yes, to keep you away from your own communities, to stop you looking there and thinking, yo, let these help, let these do it. This time, 50 years on, did they help you, Grandma? Nah. Nah. If you could talk to your ancestors like some people say, yeah, like Sanchez, go and tell him to ask his great-great-great-granddad if it helped. If the NAACP, what that helped. No. Again, it's there to appease and divide at the same time. You get me? Like, and the maddest thing is, right, I'm over here, yeah, like telling people about this, and I just feel weird, like I don't belong in England. I don't. I do want to come back to America and stay forever, but it's difficult. I've got my picnic in a minute, my children. But I don't feel like over here it's so fake. You get me? Because I've got American family. It's like I see so many people trying to be American, saying the word nigger and this and that, and I'm like, nah, allow it. It don't sound right coming from with our tone and our accent. Don't sound right. It don't sound right anyway, but it only sounds right when an American says it. It's mad. There's certain things that Americans do that you can't copy. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Blue, let me go there with you. From your understanding, where did that word come from? From your understanding, where did the word nigger come from?
Alright, so bearing in mind, yeah, I've been around Europe a lot. So I've been Port of Gaul or Portugal. It's not a country, it's a port in Gaul, which was all of Europe, but it's called Europe now. But yeah, because Spain over there is a corporation. Andalusia, Catalonia, Basque, them places, they don't see Spain as anything real because it's not. So anyway, the word Shaneka is where the word negro comes from. It's from when the Moors escaped persecution and came to America. This is what Tariq is trying to say. This is where you get like the name Tariq, because he'll try and push his African, but he's one of them Moors that escaped. Then that's like the dynamics of like his name and why he's not saying, or why he says it's a foundational Black American. Because one, he shouldn't be using the word black if you're in these types of, if he's trying to be in a political governed state of mind with that word and what he's trying to push, he knows black doesn't have no standing in a corporate sense. So that don't make sense. So yeah, basically you had people that came over that would be classed as dirty Moors that came to America, but there was already people here. It's why you've got names in South America like Moor, Inio. Inio means small, and Moor is obviously extract of the people that is in Portugal or Spain as it's called now. And remember, they came over and they spoke Arabic, because it's why you have the ha in Portuguese and in Arabic, because look how close them places are in Portugal to the northern peninsula, like Africa and places in the Mediterranean. And it was mainly speaking Arabic. And remember, if people say that they were ruling over there from 711 to 1492, they were, I don't believe in that one, but I know they was ruling over there, the dark-skinned people, and over time they had to escape. And it's where you get things like the Dom de Verzes, or whatever it's called, that. So that's where that word, me really think think it comes from what I've seen in Portugal as well. People that came over, the dirty Moors and whatnot, who merged with original people. It's why they'll say you're from Africa, because they don't want to tell you that them original people came from over Spain and them places. But obviously there was already people in America that look like you, my family, already there. You know what I'm saying? So
Are you saying from your understanding and how you researched, it got something to do with the dirty Moor?
yeah, because bearing in mind they have to keep changing your name as well, from Negro to colored, well, indigenous, Negro, colored, black, because they tried to separate. It's a separation and a divide. Because remember, if you go to like San Francisco, where you had the the Franciscans, you got San Diego. That's who they were, them types of people. You've got temples in San Francisco that have the Arabic, like rounded dome. They were there. You know what I'm saying? You already had things created there already, even before that, from original people. You know what I'm saying? Like the Russians that came over, the Russians that,
however it goes, it's always, in my opinion, it's always a term or something that's given to somebody from a foreign. That's like, it don't matter where you go in the world. Like the Chinese, they're not considered the Chinese until they're actually out of China. You see what I'm saying? Like when they're somewhere else and they gotta identify, someone will look at them and say, oh, that's one of the Chinese people. But if they in China and shit, ain't nobody saying and shit, that's the Chinese people. I live in China, or I live in such and such somewhere in China, or my family live over in such and such somewhere in China and shit. But outside, that's like us in America. Like when we, if you're an American and shit, you gonna say and shit, I'm from California, or I'm from DC, I'm from New York, I'm from Jersey and shit. But until you go outside of America, someone will say and say, okay, well, that's an American, or that's a nigga, or that's a such and such and shit. It's always like a foreigner on the outside that classifies these types of terms. That's just to me and how I see it and shit. Like I feel like in the most original form, that the family created a tribe. Like it started with a family, and we was either the Joneses or the Parkers or the such and such, and then my daughter married such and such, or my son married such and such, and we created and got connected with their family, and then we all started living amongst each other and shit, and it created a tribe of people and shit like that. And then as the community expanded, it became a tribe or a community of people. That's the way I see it, in the most natural form of how it will form naturally. But for someone to classify you and say, oh, nah, that ain't the Joneses no more, all them is just niggas. So you know what I'm saying? That ain't the motherfucking Parkers and shit no more. That ain't such and such in them tribe. We gonna call with all these people and call them the Americans, or we gonna call them the such and such. So it's always like it's a term that's given from the outside, not necessarily calling ourselves, or we just took it upon ourselves and said, we gonna be the niggas and shit, or we gonna be the Nagas, or all this crazy shit. It seems like it's always somebody else that gives you that name, and then it becomes worldwide or some shit like that.
Well, because if you look at like when people read out the term for like an original American in the Webster's dictionary, it doesn't say nothing about Negro. You know what I'm saying? It talks about a tone, because that would have been the object of you looking first. So also as well, me personally, my comprehension of surnames is like, mine would be son of Robin. Yeah. Like when you talk about the Mix and the Macs, they're the Caledonians and the Hibernians, which would be the Irish and the Scottish, which would be like Mick would be son, Mac would be son, like MacDonald, son of Donald. Like like when Mr. Miyagi says Daniel-san, son of Daniel. You know what I'm saying? So I think that these things like were brought over by the Moorish people who blended in and merged in with the original Americans. And throughout time, you created your own, what you came to have, your own businesses and everything. You know what I'm saying? So again, I don't think white people came over when they said, you know what I'm saying? It's documented, like when they really started coming over. Even the Russians or the Prussians or whatever, when they came over and was trading fur with the Powhatan people, they weren't no Chino people that they were or no Mexican look Asian. They were dark skinned people that they were trading with. That was already there. You know what I'm saying? Them people who they traded with settled up in Alaska. Because even the word Alaska is al, aska. The word al, out of, from the, is Arabic. Like Alabama. You know, like Andalusia. So like these white people have only like been making up lies from like the mid 1800s. They've only really started fully getting in charge. And a lot of the people, again, what they use are not the original dark skinned people. They're the ones that they have the lineage, that ones that came over. You know what I'm saying? Even a lot of the stars, like LeBron, the Brown. You know what I'm saying? That sounds French. You know, even like Creole, Cray, Cree, Y'all, all, Cree, free, like decree. A decree is to do something, or a cree means you're free. Fr, just different phonetics, different accents, dialects from different peoples. So I don't know who the fuck you are, because I do. I tell people over here all the time. I have arguments. I want to beat people down, but obviously I don't. But no one really believes over here when I say like, yeah, my people are rare, like the people over there, the original already been there. Nah, they didn't come from Africa. What the fuck? People over here dumb.
Bro, you know, it's a lot of confusion that I be seeing personally and shit. You know, just me personally speaking, it creates a lot of confusion when you it's like the way I see it and shit, bro. Like when people start telling me that the conquistadors or the so-called people that was coming over doing what they call the colonization periods, the colonialism times. If all these people were coming over and shit and going to war or somehow intermixing and mingling through war and all that types of shit with the people that were in the land of America already, and if they themselves, I'm talking to colonizers and shit, who we were taught in history were white people, or what you call the so-called Caucasian, the Caucasoid phenotype. And now you're starting to say that these people were actually like had melanin or what they call Negro.
They didn't come and colonize. Words like colonize and conquistador, like conquistador, that's a word written by a novelist. You read blood, check this. I don't know many dark-skinned brothers, or even gyal, yeah, that would run from a fight in circumstances where there's no police and you know you can fight, pick up a brick, pick up a stick, and beat people down with. Come on, man, don't blood. Come on, man, ain't no way none of y'all was letting people coming over and infringing when they didn't have guns. And blood, you would have chopped them up. Just like you would do now if there weren't no police and no like.
I agree with you.
Yeah, right. So don't be thinking I think anything like ain't no one coming over here like that.
No, see, you gotta let me finish where I'm getting to.
My bad. I'm just passionate. My bad.
What I'm getting to is I have a problem trying to figure out how exactly did the white man get control of the country like this if he wasn't the colonizer?
Yeah,
If he
no,
wasn't the
they
colonizer,
were at a certain time. At a
say
certain
it
time,
again.
they were bombing. At a certain time, when they came over in the mid 1800s, they started bombing, like the 1910 revolution in Mexico, when they killed off the last original extracts of the Azteca. You know what I'm saying? They were bombing all in the north, all in the south. They were killing all of y'all. You was fighting them. That's when they were
You said
colonizing, because they were
the
bringing over
1800s.
so many Europeans.
This was the 1800s, you're saying?
Yeah, ain't no white people coming in the 1700s like that. Maybe on like the shores, but no.
Exactly. So you're saying exactly what I'm saying. So if the people that were coming over before the white man were the Moors and all of that, and y'all saying that they were people of color and all that types of shit, so how in the hell do you actually can prove if today and shit that you don't have that Moor in your lineage?
Well, well, you've got Reuben. That's where Robin comes from. You know what I'm saying? So, son of Reuben. That's not that's like an American word name to me.
Because you know they do have historical books that talk about Africans over here way before the so-called white. You are aware of that, right?
Yeah, but the history of Africa's sketchy, because Africa was a small township until the Punic Wars in 1812, 1813. And then they expanded because
we're not gonna
Afrikaners
say
were
that.
white.
No, I'm not talking about Africa as technically classified as no little certain country. I'm talking about that whole continent over there. You trying to tell me and shit that at a certain time it wasn't nobody on that continent. It wasn't no niggas on that.
Yeah, but they would have had the Nubian and the Ethiopian, that type of phenotype. Them there people lived there. Most of
Exactly.
West Africa.
So if they had historical books of those people coming over here and interacting with the American Indians or the people that was here way before the Europeans.
Where's the phenotype? You ain't got no big alien heads.
So you saying everybody over there had alien heads? Everybody, the whole continent.
Blood, when you look at that phenotype and you see the demographic of people where they were stretched out, you look at like Nelson Mandela. He's a Khoisan. He's an Asiatic. Then you've got the Ethiopian. You get me? They're like half Asiatic, half alien. Then you look at like the Somalian. They got the big alien head. And then you look at the other one that Signora Weaver was fighting about in Nubians. They've got big alien heads. Ain't no one in America had alien heads. we got ball heads. You get me? We got like big foreheads. That's it. We got a big alien back head where our head starts now. Our head ain't starting in our ears. You're mad.
What I'm saying is the shit, bro. Like, this what I'm saying. That's why I'm telling you it's confusing to me. I'm not saying any of this is true. I'm telling you that the history is confusing to me personally. Because how are we going to say that at one point in time, the whole motherfucking or the whole earth, all land masses and shit was nothing but Negroes and shit, or people of melanin? How are we going to say that? And before the so-called white man came into America and shit, you even got history of people trying to teach you that not only your people went into Africa and colonized those people, but you got people saying that Africa people was coming into America. Africa people was all up in Europe. Africa people was all up in Asia. So if your people were moving and migrating across this motherfucking plane of existence and shit from the very beginning and shit, how do you exactly prove to someone today that you are 100% of what you say you are?
Yeah, that would be slightly difficult, but that's neither here nor there. Because at the end of the day, if you take it on a human concept, we're just humans, isn't it? But we're not. We're on about like where people are sprung from, their lineage, heritage. You know what I'm saying? It's a big deal to be lied to and told that you're you sprung from this lineage or this part of the earth when the earth's vast, and no one ain't got no like memory of family talking about this place right over there. You know what I'm saying? Like you've got no type of like cultural extension of it. You'd be mad. You get me? So me personally, when I've been around Europe, I've seen that like they've moved people from Europe to like West Africa because that's phenotypes different. But like I say, you already had people like them Moors that came over, you know what I'm saying? And you don't hear about war because you took them in. You know what I'm saying? They mingled for a long time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then white people started coming when they already had wars going on in Europe, their own wars. You know
See,
what I'm
the way
saying?
you're explaining it, Blue, is why a lot of the Moors today claim indigenous Americans because of the way that you're explaining it. Because if they came over here at a certain time, way before the so-called Caucasus or the European got here in America, and there were no war, you know, people took them in and shit. They started mingling and shit like that. Then a lot of people today, they even claim that they are American Indians. It's a huge possibility that they got Moorish in their lineage.
Yeah, which ain't a bad thing because at the end of the day, you've still got both brilliance because the Moors in America and in over there were on some different level. They were seen as gods, and when white people came over to the Americas and seen original Americans, they knew the difference because one was called copper colored, others were called Negro. You get me? They knew the brilliance of the difference. You had people like Montezuma. You know what I'm saying? You had already emperors or whatever they want to call, but you had that elevated of status of a human already in America, and the Moors already understood that. You get me? You read it when you see the Inca list. You know what I'm saying? And the kings. You know, the line of Charles or Carlos Quintes. He's of Moorish blood. You get me? So they knew when the white people came over, they knew they was after. And they eliminated all of you to try and eliminate all of the lineage. You know what I'm saying? Even like you know the difference as well, because you've got Mocha, which would be dark, and then you've got Poca, which is pale. So when they talk about Pocahontas, that's a white person. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, they already try and set in their lies from when they first came. You know what I'm saying? You remember, you also like, you had Filipino people coming over. Philippines is named after King Felipe, who was a dark-skinned man, a Moor. And already, and again, you've got San Diego, San Francisco, Santa Barbara, Santa Maria. These were the Moors. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got like Adolf.
And see, history and shit, you know, in history, in the public school systems and shit, Blue, they would have taught you that all of these people that you named, they would have taught you that these were like some Spanish Caucasoid looking type people.
Yeah, but my grandma taught me these. What a lot of what I speak of about America is what I've been taught by my family. You know what I'm saying? And obviously being over here and being able, like when I've gone over to fight in Europe, and then when I've gone on holiday with more like knowledge and experience of myself, that I've started to look and see things like in Germany. Like Germany was created in 1840 or 1860 something. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? Like again, a lot of these Moors as well, who were kind of or the lighter lineage of some of the Moors, their mason buildings and temples were raided. And this is where a lot of the white people were able to get governorship, because there was already that in America. Like Moors didn't come over and teach anything to anybody, because Americans already in America was already adapted to life. You know what I'm saying? You weren't running around barefoot. You know, it's not like you didn't know anything, but you have to remember the areas that Americans were living it was tropical. You also had swampy. You had different areas that were different terrains. So you were different. It was different people doing different things with all different types of skills that a lot of them Moors didn't have or didn't know because of where they came from. So they had to learn.
Right.
And then again, why do you think the bombing started in a lot of like it wasn't just Tulsa, it wasn't just what's it called? It wasn't just Wall Street and things like that. That was attacked. You know what I'm saying? They took the minerals like the iron ore, the copper, the steel. You know, they took over the steel industry. Or when they talk about the thingy revolution, when they were basically they took over the oil wells, the oil in what you was the massive things what were in the ground. We don't have them over here. Where they took all of that. You know what I'm saying? And the people what they used and what they still use now are extracts of the European Moors. That's why they never use an original American for anything.
Man, I got a real important question and shit, bro. Real important question. You know, because we speak on a lot of the history on not only America, but many other lands. We speak on the history according to what's written in historical books. Now, do you think that it's a possibility and shit that a lot of this shit is written from a one-track mind?
Yeah, we're governed or we've been dictated to by a small minority. Which has a majority ruling. Yeah, like the Smithsonian, the Royal Society of Science and things like that. They're all run Masonically with one agenda. You're not allowed to step out of that. Everyone they use is all there on one hymn sheet, all writing the same script, basically, you know. And unfortunately, you've got a lot of people on YouTube using that and tricking a lot of people. Still using what they know is false and fake, but can be used because it's been stuck there as a curriculum in the school and things, you know what I'm saying?
And the reason I posed that question too, bro, because you like I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for everybody, but I know me personally and shit. Everything I can admit that everything that I want to say that I know about Africa's history or Europe's history, Asia's history, American history, everything that I think that I know of what actually went down in history is what I've read out of somebody's book. And it's up to me to believe that shit. It's on me. I got to make a strong conscious decision to accept that or believe it as truth. That's on me. Now, what I'm saying is, meaning that I take that into accountability. Do I actually know what was going on in the whole country of Asia just because I read a certain book on what was happening in China at a certain time? Or just because I read a certain book or a document on what was happening in Taiwan at a certain time? Do that mean that the whole goddamn China was a certain way because of how it was in Taiwan in 14 such and such? Do that mean that the whole America,
before China than either?
You know, does it mean that the whole America was should be looked at a certain way because of what they was doing in Virginia in 1710? Do that mean that the whole America was like that because of what they was doing in Virginia in 1710? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and this is the thing, you know, like things like certain, and then our Keynorth can get it after still peace tea. Yeah, Monty. So yeah, I'll just say this and then relinquish. See, it's like at one point you had a lot of different scripts, like fighting for position through war, and these scripts were what is called now one as a Bible, two is the Quran, three is the Torah. You go in a Masonic lodge, I've seen them there. They're all there at one because these aren't the real scripts. These were done by people in small groups, in small places, in small fractions of one piece of this earth that for some reason has been able to be now dictated to everybody on this earth. Even the Jesuit, I can't remember the name, but the Jesuit even gave the calendar and the zodiac to the Chinese emperor. So everybody's been given the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and again, the agenda has always been, well, not always been, but the agenda is to get 190 countries on the same sheet working. And soon they'll be on the same monetary, but it depends. But yeah, peace, man. Peace, everybody.
Salute.
And peace to the brothers just tapping in. Peace to Key. What's up with it and shit? Moden Gator, T Wriggles. What's good, brothers, man?
Peace, my brother Greedy. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Salute, Blue. Yeah, man, what y'all was talking about. I see that as
peace, Key.
A certain perception, man. You know, like you said, it was because they gave a certain point of perception of time from 1710. Do that mean that's what everybody was on, or that's what the whole America was on? Nah, I say that's how people fall under a certain school of thought. You know, like I like to say, what's your perception of the deception? Because it's all happening. You understand what I'm saying? And that gives people a lot of reasoning to cut out a lot of other things, because they're gonna be like, yeah, well, I read in this book right here, this what was going on. They didn't mention nothing about this. So, but do that mean that was happening or not? Like you did what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, that's shit interesting and shit, bro. Because I that's something I said. I gotta admit to myself, and it helped me like open up my mind to be able to have discussions with people and shit, because it took away that know-it-all complex and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to really humbly tell myself and shit, like, just because I read on what was going on and shit at this particular time, let's say in Egypt, or this particular time what was going on in Mexico, it don't mean and shit that, way up in the north and shit and near Canada or up in the Midwest and shit, that everything was going on the same way and shit. People probably was on a different time and shit. That's like saying that, like, when the people built the pyramids and shit, they get credit to the Egyptians for building their pyramid. They get credit to the people over there in Peru that built their pyramid. Do that mean that everybody that was on the land had a hand in building the damn pyramid? No, it don't mean that and shit. Some motherfuckers probably ain't give a fuck about that pyramid. Some motherfuckers probably just want to sit back and enjoy life and shit, and sit down near the motherfucking water and smoke herb and sip their motherfucking drink all day. Motherfuckers ain't carrying no more. You get what I'm saying?
I do, man. And then you know what, too, Greedy? It could be that shit wasn't even for us, or them wasn't even our people. So we shouldn't even be trying to see what the fuck they was doing anyway. We start looking at a certain people that we've been told or led to think that this was our people and all this type of shit. So we started trying to study their customs and all that type of shit when them ain't our fucking people in the first place. Who the fuck told you that? Because we got niggas. I'm an African, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a this, I'm a that. Like, nigga, who are you for real? Do you know who you are? Type of shit. You see what I'm saying? Obviously, niggas don't, because we start studying all these different things. Then we get these niggas who wear costumes like Halloween is every day and shit. You see what I'm saying? So it get crazy, bro. I'm with you.
Hell yeah.
No, I totally salute everyone. Salutes before they cut me off. I totally agree with what you're saying, Greedy. We can read the books to get like the surface level of things. But if you really want to know the truth of what happened in Asia or what happened in the Bantu tribe, you would have to go down there and actually speak to the people. And then once you speak to all the people and the natives or the historian there, that's when you will now get the whole puzzle to the question. You feel me? You'll be able to piece everything together. And I think that's like one of the best ways you can do. You can do, you know, the book work, and then you now go to the field work, and having best of both worlds is where someone would need to be.
Right.
I'm gonna say the best way. I think that would be a good way to get an idea of what happened during those times or what happened in the past. But I want to know that the only way that you can really know exactly what happened during any time in the past, you would have had to have been alive and been there. Outside of that, it's really, that's just being all the way 100 with it. It's just all speculation because you were not there. And outside of any paperwork or even a testimony, because someone's testimony about about their opinion about the past could be a lie as well. So even getting a word from other people who may today live in that region still may not have, you know, the whole truth about it, because they simply weren't there. And I think this is the battle that most people, when it comes to this information, especially when it comes to history, we have to admit that part. We have to admit the part that no matter how much research we do, whether it's book research or even field research, you still don't know because you were not there. And I'm at this point. Whatever happened in the past, that's what happened in the past. That's the thing about the past. You have to let it die where it is. The stuff that even when it has to do with your ancestors, you were not there. And so if you find yourself living according to any living in any time after that whatever decisions that were made by your ancestors or somebody else's who existed in the past, regardless if it's your ancestors or not, and the ramifications of their decision making is to your detriment and your disadvantage, it would behoove you to let that shit die where it was in the past. It ain't doing you no good. So, and I think our people need to look at that wholeheartedly instead of constantly emphasizing the neon lights of the good things our people have done, because we have made mistakes in the past. We did some fucked up shit in the past. Even to this day, we may not want to recognize it because maybe some of our ancestors were involved and there's a pride issue with admitting it. But the fact of the matter is we made some mistakes, and that's a big part of the reason we are in the position as a people, as a whole, that we are in today. And I think we need to start recognizing and admitting that shit, man, because I think that's why we do all this studying into the past, because we looking for a finger to point all the disadvantages at. What's causing all this, that, and the third, instead of working on solutions for today to fix it today. Going back in time and trying to figure out who dropped the ball and all that's a waste of time. The fact of the matter is we still dealing with this situation where the ball is dropped. What the fuck are we gonna do today? What the fuck are we doing today to fix it? Okay, going back in the past, there are no parking spaces right there, baby. Going into back in time to find out who did it. Okay, let's say you do that, right? And after doing all that research, you have pretty much a good idea of who dropped the ball. Okay, then what? You gonna figure out then, okay, I done wasted, I basically wasted all this time searching for the culprit on where all this shit began. And now that I have, I realized I didn't wasted a lot of time doing that, because that time I wasted looking for the culprit or the one who dropped the ball to point the finger at, I could have been using that time to provide solutions for those problems that was occurring during that current time. And that's all I'm saying. Like I said, when it comes to treaties and all that old shit, man, I say fuck it, let it all die where it is. You weren't a party to the contract. It ain't got nothing to do with you. With all due respect. But the fact of the matter is, those treaties, looking at those treaties, they're but capitulations. There are capitulations. And if it has to do with your people, though, unfortunately, your ancestors capitulated. They gave in. They stopped fighting. See what I'm saying? And it just is what it is, except that see that that's the problem. Fuck who did it. Fuck where it began. Fuck where it started. Just go ahead, accept that for what it is. Now we living in today's time. There's something you can do to change it. There's something you can do to correct it. But going
I
back
think
in the
we
past,
got
trying to figure out who did it and all that, that's not fixing it. It's really not. And that's where I am
Mm.
with it. Fuck it. You know, it is what it. Oh well, it's gone. That's the past. It's gone. Ain't shit you can do, no matter how much research you do. That shit is not gonna change what already done happened. It's not gonna change
Yeah.
it.
Yo, what's it called? It's basically just filling our minds with retrospective history. What, like history that never happened or occurred to us, because again, our five senses has never experienced it. Like, if you take it to the base level of what we are, it's about experiencing. So again, we can't really experience something that's been put in our mind by someone else's imagination, and probably not their experience, like with these books. So
You're doing a good job, bro. I'm saying the same shit. We got to be able to, but we can't forget that we got to be able to speak the same language so that we can understand each other and understand each other. You understand what I'm saying? Understanding is just the first part of it. In order to gain, we take the knowledge, we gain wisdom, then we get understanding. We got to be able to understand and understand this shit too. So we got to be able to be speaking the same language to where we can communicate with each other so that we can be on the same code. If we can't speak with each other and speak the same language and be able to be on the same code, because we got too many I'm an Israelite, I'm an Aboriginal, I'm an Indian. Well, nigga,
you know what it is, Key? I said this earlier, Key. Sorry to cut you off. I said this earlier. We've lost the natural way to use instinct and intuition. You know what I'm saying? Awareness. Like you say, all these names, all them things that you just named is because we think too much thinking instead of just knowing. Our knowing is experience. Our understanding is to know experience, or our understanding is experience. Because again, like I said earlier as well, everything that we see, like individually, that you move with your feet and see, all comes from your mind. You know what I'm saying? It's data being picked up. Let's say, like, because if you're just wondering, no one else about, and your eyes are picking up and registering what's there every step you're taking, getting closer and closer to what? Unknown. So they have to round up the ball. But we don't perceive it consciously as a ball. Our mind doesn't think right or fit right. There's too much deliberating over it because it's not right, it's not proper, it's not of this nature, it's not of a natural experience. Just like when someone's lying, they're thinking too much. I can see by your facial expression, your body movement, because you're fighting against your instinct, your awareness. So like that's just how I see certain things nowadays. You know what I'm saying? I've got rid of so many words that I don't need to use all these words, because with each word comes with a different thought and a different subjective thought to that thought. Or that way of saying that word. Would, could, should, understand, understand, overstand. Blood, experience. Just done it there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm just saying this is like, because I've said all of that. So now I've just come to the conclusion of its experience, my own perception of my conscious way. It's like, for instance, just quickly, I've been told all my life, and we've been told all our life, that this is hard. This material that I'm hitting my door is hard. But what if we was told it was soft? We wouldn't contemplate and say naturally, oh, no, that's soft. Well, that's just because we've been given words. And then our mind takes that on and forms this image and reality and construct that this is hard. Because I'm imagining me touching it, and it's hard because I've made myself think or know it's hard, when really it's a construct that's been given. Again, this is why I need to get my children and protect them, their eyes, their mind especially. They're not taking it. Well, my bad.
I think it all goes back into what Epic was speaking on, which I definitely agree wholeheartedly everything he was saying. And my brother, no, I've been on that too, on that same frequency. You know, like history is keeping us, is kind of keeping us stagnant as a people. You know, many of our people are really trying to go back in time, like they're literally mentally trying to place themselves back in history through the books, through the writings, and calculate how things actually was and shit, and what actually went down and what transpired. It's like people actually think that they know what happened in the world, not just in a certain country or in a certain, you know, not in your certain country or in your certain city or town, but they actually know world history through books. You see what I'm saying? So people actually like take this stuff in and shit. It's kind of like religion within itself and shit. You know, people read this stuff and it's up to them to make a personal choice to believe it and take it in as truth or not and shit. You know, and this is the case with a lot of people, and they studying many different religious historical timelines with different things happening and different people named under different names, and this went down and that went down, and you got some other people studying under a different religion with a different historical timeline with certain people, and this shit happening, and these people conquering under certain names, and that's different than the other sex, and it's just so many different things, and it creates like a stagnant place for people mentally that's trying to do something in there now. It helps people stay away from creating and coming up with solutions of what's going on in our now, right now. Like when we leave outside our homes and we see all the bullshit that go on within the world, you know, the youth all corrupted and shit. All the youth is trying to get into gang culture and want to be the next Young Thug or the next Yo Gotti or whoever. The young girls inspired to be the next Sexy Red and a Glorilla or Nicki Minaj or something like that. You know, so many things that we can be coming up with innovative solutions to bring forth and bring change to our reality right now. But so many people is kind of like stuck in the past. It's kind of like they stuck back in the days and shit, man, trying to live in their ancestors' glory. They're trying to live it, you know, through all of the brilliantness or the good things that have been pointed out in their ancestors' history. And like Epi was saying and shit, you know, there's some fucked up shit in their history as well, but you don't hear that being brought up. You don't never want to hear nobody speak on those things. You only want to speak on people building pyramids and people coming up with inventing this and people created that. That's what you want to live off of, and you want to attach yourself to it and live off their glory. But ain't nobody creating nothing in our now when we're going to be the past in the future and shit. We're going to be living behind shit for our children and our great grandchildren and shit to be reading upon what we have done in our now. And we have done nothing but constantly try to figure out what happened in our ancestors. That's some real shit to think about.
I agree that. If you ask somebody, like, what has belief done for you? Or ask yourself, what standing has belief? If it's not attached to my five senses, what is the point in belief? Once someone sits down and thinks about it, they won't like it. They'll start having a what's it called, a cognitive dissonant attack.
And see, me personally, I'm gonna keep it all the way real with you. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a faith or a belief in yourself. A faith, or like I got faith in the belief that me instilling the knowledge that I know and that I acquire into my children, that they're going to make the right decisions when they become young teens, when they become adults and shit like that. I don't know that they're going to make the right decisions. I don't know that my children and shit is going to possibly cleave and take what I say in as intuition and as wisdom and apply it to their lives. I don't know that, but I got the belief and the faith that as long as I'm in their lives and I'm doing what I got to do and shit to do all that I can to instill that knowledge, that just maybe one of them. I got the belief that maybe one or two of them might make the right decision, not fall behind.
So why don't you know what else could be said though? You could say, instead of belief, you could say, well, as long as I'm around instilling certain knowings and comprehensions that I have, I'll wait until, no, I'll not know until a certain time. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's a growth process. Because again, I don't believe in nothing that I can see because I can see it. I don't believe in nothing I can feel, smell, touch, taste. I can do all of that. Again, belief is only there for something that it's not there.
See, I think you got that mentality only attached to religious, like a religious belief in a religious faith to some invisible God or some entity, you know, controlling everything or something like that. I agree with you on that aspect. But like I'm saying and shit, bro, like you just said it yourself and shit. You don't know nothing until you actually know what's going on and shit. But what I'm saying to you and shit is that my mom did the same thing. My mama taught me and shit and told me ever since I was 9, 10 years old to not follow behind my older cousins and shit, to not walk behind my older brother and shit, not follow the street lights. My mama told me and shit that the moment I get trapped up into that system and shit, that I wasn't gonna be able to do certain things and shit. I was gonna always be in the system. My mama told me and shit all kinds of things growing up and shit, Blue. But she didn't know that I was gonna make the right decisions and not get, you know, following my cousins in them footsteps, not become a part of the street. She didn't know that. But she believed that while she was in my life and raising me up as her child, that she taught me to make the right decisions because she can't live my life for me. I explain this to my children all the time. I can't live your life for you. I can't. All I can do is prepare you to make the right decisions. I can't shield you from going out here and getting caught up in anything that you put yourself into. All I can do is prepare you and give you the knowledge of what you're getting into and what you're going to fuck around and possibly face by making the wrong decisions. Until then and shit, I don't know shit.
Right. And that's it. No need to say, oh, I believe or I hope or nothing. You just wait in it, like, because when my mom was saying the same thing, I think she kind of knew that I was gonna end up in jail just from the environment and certain things. And I kind of knew, as much as she used to say certain things or try and keep me in, it was like I was kind of self-sabotaging and making the inevitable. But again, I can't really argue because it's opinion. And your opinion is your opinion, and I can't say all of this and then take away your individuality of having an opinion. So again, I just like these bills for real, man, because it's, again, I jumped up the card of people that was on it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I appreciate the time you give, man.
Yes, sir, brother. And I see the brother, peace to my brother, American Warrior. He say I have to know instead of believing. See, this is what we speaking on now. Like when it comes to history, and what the brother Epic was just laying out for us beautifully and shit, man. When it comes to history and shit, man, certain shit, man, we don't know. We believe that shit because it's in them books. And you know, depending on your history or your ideology or your perspective of the world, depending on what book you read, you will take in any other book that compromises or go against what you think is right. You think accept that. But the other book you accept. That's what it is. Yeah, you got it, Moden Gate.
Oh, beautiful, man. How you doing today? Lovely day to everyone. May
Man,
you
lovely
enjoy
day.
the of it.
Salutes.
The subject that brought my attention or brought me to this panel is this. I am hearing a lot of presumption of words. And I was going to ask you, Greedy, are you familiar with the term Nihon?
Nihon?
Nihon.
What's that? China, Japan?
I ain't never heard that before.
Nihon. Is that hello?
Yeah. What?
Is it China? Is that what China was called? Or don't Chinese people say that? Nihon for hello.
Okay. What I'm saying though is that you were saying earlier about people calling people, somebody would call you an outside name and all that kind of stuff. And really what got my goat was this word nigger. That's our word. Nobody gave us that. It don't come from French, German, Roman, or Moors. Just like Nihon doesn't. Now, you know the place is Japan, but the people in Japan, what we call Japan, they know it as Nihon. So I'm just saying, Nippon, I'm sorry. So you can take it however you want to take it, but they take it under their own name. There's another word that I was going to ask people about, which is kunta. Kunta is a boy, a male, a boy's name, a name for a boy, the word kunta. In Japan, in the language of the Japanese. Now, did they get that from Romans or they got that from West Africans? I don't know. But when we keep saying, oh, well, see, that's how they come out. See, because nigger come from this and then it come from that, and that's all Roman and Latin. No, it ain't. It's ours. Just like Nippon is not theirs. I mean, just like Japan is not theirs.
I said
excuse me. Okay, some kind of molly noise is being made right now, and I really don't know why it's coming up right now. So anyway, I'm just saying that a lot of times we assume and presume that we as people don't have no attribution to our language that we use currently, to our culture that we use currently, to the behavior and the thoughts that we use currently. A lot of those things are within our nature and are being attributed to others. That was simply my only statement. And it seemed like it's becoming universal to attribute everything to either the Latins or the Romans or somebody like that. And I object to that insinuation. My ancestors don't agree. One love.
I'm in the stance of what Epic just brought to the table, and I'm in alignment with that. I'm not too understanding of history or whatever happened back in the day, and this might sound cruel, but I do care, but I don't. Like, I'm so concerned with what we're going to do right now. We can talk about what's happened later, but right now we have a problem to solve. And in order to draw a perfect circle, there's that thing in math, like, well, I don't know the name of that, but you got to have a dot in the middle, and that thing goes around the circle, and you have a perfect circle. So for me, that means we need a hub. We need that center point that everyone goes to, and then we can delegate how this perfect circle is going to be formed. It's similar to when your grandparents, she was the focal point where everyone went, and then we drew the circle around her. That's one of the solutions to our problem there, the hub station. That's my personal view, and I fall back on that.
Agree with you on that one, brother. And see, motivate, the reason I was bringing that question up, Elder, is because, like I said, this is me again looking into history and shit, and this is how the history is painted and shit. This is what I read, what I view when I read and shit. It's like people are being named something by outside presence. It's just the way I see it and shit. And then mostly it got something to do with either the village or the land where they at. You see what I'm saying? Like the Chinese, the Americans, the Australians, you name it, the Ethiopians, the Ugandan, you name it and shit. It's where they at and shit. So I've been trying to figure out outside of the historical writings of what is being taught and what is explained, that one thing we can identify for sure is that the term nigger is an American term. It's a term that's given to the Negroes or the copper colored, melanated, whatever term is good for you, the people of America. That term nigger is given specifically to them and shit, and it's put on them or it has an attachment to these people and shit. Now what I'm saying is and shit is that we're saying and shit that this is a word or a term or what you call a nickname or something that we gave to ourselves, like our earliest or ancestors at a certain time and shit was just calling each other nigga and shit like that. Like where see, like the history will tell you got all kinds of shit where they tell you it's attached to Niger, They'll tell you that it's attached to Naga. They'll tell you it's attached to all kinds of shit, or its etymology on the word and shit. But I be peculiarly trying to figure out, me personally, how did it just become attached to us? And there's no land here called nigga, or there's no, like, how did we just amongst, like, how did that term just come about and shit? It don't have no attachment to no land. You know, like, ain't nobody's last name niggas and shit, you know, to start it off the tribe of niggas and shit. Like, where did it just come about and shit is where I'm getting at. What is the true root of that word?
Let's be honest. Outside of the information that's provided about that term, whether it be etymologically, according to its etymology, we reference today. We reference an etymology dictionary to, define it etymologically, but at its root, what it was meant when it was first uttered and all that, I think it's just time that we all be honest. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? But you know what we can do? But here's the thing though, Green. Here's the thing though, y'all. That's okay. That's okay.
Right.
But if we looking at today. It don't negate the fact of what the word actually means and this, that, and the third. But what I'm saying is, if us using the term moving forward is an identical one that applies to us, and it goes back that fucking far, so far back that we can't even pinpoint its origin type deal as it pertains to our people. But the one thing that we do know, we always been using it to refer to one another, right? And if that be the truth, in fact, then what's wrong with us still running with that today? The only reason we're contemplating not running with it because of the negative connotation behind it, because we don't like the way white people call us niggas. So we've attached that negative connotation to the word, and we think it only means that negative because of the lack of knowledge of what that term actually meant, or if we actually used it. And that's where at its root, that's where it's actually coming from. You see what I'm saying?
And see, Epic, you just said something. Epic, brother, I didn't mean to cut your brother off, brother.
No, you
just said something key. Now, if we've always been using it, and this is our term and shit, and it's always been ours and shit, then how did it ever even get to a point where we even got offended and shit from somebody else calling us that?
I have an answer according to my father, who taught me what you just asked. He said because there was an all-out war on niggas to get rid of the niggas because they could deal with the other people, but they can't deal with the niggas. They put out a thing called Kill the Indian and Save the Man. And they would take scalps and stuff. They would lynch niggas. My dad said when they burst into a room and say, any niggas in here, talking to all colored people, they would say no, because they know identifying themselves as a nigger meant that they were a wild Indian. And the cracker would probably take them out and lynch them because that's what they did to unruly wild Indians. And you could check that by the fact of what they do when an elephant goes rogue. When an elephant wakes up from that little rope ain't being a little rope, the only thing they could do is kill it. That's how a nigger was. That's what my father taught me. And he said a lot of niggas will cry down, no, ain't no niggas in here, boss. Ain't no niggas in here. Because they knew nigger, being identified as such, could get yourself lynched. That's what my dad taught me. And we both, my man and I, have viewed lynchings. I've seen a lynching, and so had my father.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that history as well. And he's right about that. That's according to, according to the. Yeah, I also want to point this out before I lose this thought. If I'm not mistaken, I know it was Copper Empress, but I forgot who. I think it was a cousin or something she was doing a bill with, and they both went into that term and how it went back to nigger. It went back to the meaning of supreme God, and they dropped that info. And Copper Empress, if I'm not mistaken, she was like, okay, that says a lot, because that would speak to why because they weren't allowed to even utter that term at all. They weren't even allowed to alone call us that. They weren't allowed to utter that. You see what I'm saying? And she was like, well, that speaks volumes, because now that they're in a society where they can, when they were able to openly use it, they use it in its negative connotation. You see what I'm saying? And with that knowledge, it develops a courage, to speak about it openly. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's what gave them the incentive to speak it in that manner and enforce all of that negativity behind it, because they wanted us not to utter it because of, its purported true meaning of being, supreme God. It's an identifying term that identifies us. You see what I'm saying? And it could, and I'm saying this as a possibility. I'm not saying this has to be true or whatever like that, but it is a possibility that maybe they are, attaching a negative connotation to it because they don't want the word in our minds. They don't want us uttering it because it would bring back certain memories. It will bring back the correct connotation of the term, and thus prompting those who hear it to do research on it, both inwardly and outwardly, and figure it out. You see what I'm saying? But they want us to forget it. They want us to forget it by attaching the angry undertones to it when they say it, nigger and all that. They know that's offensive to us. You see what I mean? So
not to mention the
possibility
follow up, which was brutalization of some form.
Yeah. But just knowing all the possibilities, I think we shouldn't be so quick, to result into the negative being the root of something that has been socially acceptable as negative. Just because something is socially acceptable as negative, or even positive for that matter, does not make it truth. And that's where really the work begins when you're talking about truth. And I've always said this: facts are okay, but facts change. Facts change. But one thing that doesn't, truth does not change. It does not pass away. There is no wavering when it comes to that. So if we're going to
like
deal
you're saying,
with
the negative connotation that it gives off is racist. That's what it gives off. And so it gives off a racist like energy and shit. In today's time and shit, like people, depending on like who you around and shit, man, you can't say that word if you're a white person. You know what I'm saying? Like you open your mouth and you say that word, motherfucker think off top of shit, that motherfucker racist. That motherfucker racist. Motherfucker ready to fuck you up and shit, get all emotionally attached. You like, this motherfucker just called me a fucking nigga and shit. This motherfucker just called me a nigga and shit like that, as if it's a bad word and shit for the white person to be calling a nigga and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't even be using that term in today's time and shit. So I be wondering and shit, like, how in the hell, if this was always our term and this we refer to ourselves and shit, why is it so much a problem and shit when somebody else referred to it? But it only seems like it can become a problem because it make it seem like they only refer to it and use the term in a racist sense.
You're right.
Like that shit, it makes no sense to me and shit. That's just fucking crazy.
Yeah, the negative connotation that's out there. So, and that's what has shaped, the social norm of it. You know what I'm saying? But that's still the social norm of the term as we accept it today, in general, does not negate the fact of its true and actual meaning. And like I said, after doing all the research and studying and what we've come across concerning this term, this, that, and the third, I think it's just about time that we just don't fucking know its origin. But we do know. Here's the thing: we do know though. We do know that we've been using the damn term for a long time. We do know that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, let's take that information and formulate a solution to this, to this problem, this social problem about the term. You see what I'm saying? But I think we the only ones that really can do it, instead of not addressing the issue and allowing the negative connotation to continue to go forward. And, countless white people still getting their ass beat over it. You see what I'm saying? Just to bring some, we need to bring some clarity to it so there can be etiquette.
Not so white people won't feel, discouraged or feel displaced about, or even afraid even about saying the word. They already know it's proper etiquette for them not to say it. You know what I'm saying? Because we have an understanding now. We not saying you can't say it just because we saying you can't say it. We you know that you can't say it because of the social norm that has been developed behind it. There's a comprehension and an understanding now. Once that's established, then you can hold you know what I'm saying, any and everybody accountable when it comes to that word. But we don't
And
have
then
that today.
too, I want to make sure that they don't kill it, because the Congressional NAACP and the Congressional Black Caucus agree. Oh, excuse me. Both of them have Hebrew leadership, but they agree that the word nigger should be buried and never used again. I object. That's my ancestry. Don't bury us.
Damn, Motivated. Did you say the both of them got Hebrew leadership?
Please check. Please do it now. You got to look up the members of the Congressional Black Caucus and look at their status as members. And then look up the NAACP and look up the members once again, and the people who originated, who signed the first document to make it come into being. That's a good place to start. That's where I like to start when I research anything, is to find out how did it begin. And I'm being taught that a thing ends the way it begins. So then I would suggest you check it out. You'll see some Hines, Hertz, or some of them that kind of names. You're going to see them in there. Well, Steins, Bergs. Check it out.
Yep. You most certainly.
Yeah, I don't
They're
want
trying to get us. There was a thing called the Negro problem. Look that up. You should look that up too. While you doing it, if you took my advice about looking up the other two things, look that thing up. The Negro problem, 1800s. The Negro problem. When the cracker was saying, "Damn, we got to get rid of these niggas. How we gonna do it?" They tried mass genocide. That's where they were paying $55 or something for every nigga that a cracker can come in and prove he killed. They used to bring in bodies, then they say bring in scalps. Because they can, as soon as they see our hair, they know what you know what I mean. But anyway, they said, forget the bodies, just bring in some scalps and we'll pay you. But that was looking bad worldwide. People like, y'all just committing genocide. And they say, oh, well, we got to figure out something. So some guy came up with a slogan, kill the Indian, save the man. And then they started this program of telling us, we from Africa, go over here, you from somewhere else. Some people were actually shipped from America back to America and told they were shipped from Africa because we didn't know the terminology we're using. I'm just saying I'm just saying, man, maybe.
No, you're right, brother. No, you
all
right.
of this might be speculation, but this is how my ancestors, my aunt is 104 years old. I had her on Cuba the station a few months ago when she was living by herself at 104 years old. And she got on the phone and I told them to please not make me have to kill them, because if they disrespect my aunt, all I can see is red. They did not. She came in, she spoke to them, and she said she ain't know nothing about this Africa thing until she went to school. She never heard that from her ancestors or nobody. They've been calling each other nigga because she said I'm her favorite nigga. And she greets me like that all the time. She's 104. So that's at least 104 years of this same thing. And then her telling me her people did the same thing. Her mother, father, her grandmother, and this and that. So I'm just saying, we can look at that. And I just got it a few months ago from her mouth herself, being her age. So I'm just saying, we have to be willing to accept what our people tell us. Maybe now, before we accept what somebody else tell us about our people. That's just a suggestion.
Facts.
100% agreed.
I can tell you this. I can tell you this much about the word. I don't know where it comes from. I've adopted it. We all use it. And in my younger days, let someone say that word from 0 to 29, I was on and popping. But now through the maturity, if someone calls me that, it's almost, I look at them like that's the best you can come up with. So I think and here's my somewhat ignorance here, my ego poking out, kind of like the fact that we have a word that we only use to each other and no one else can, but it doesn't affect me like it did in my younger days. It kind of makes me feel, I don't know, I'm scared to use that word, prideful, it makes me, like we're together in something, but yeah, I don't know where that word comes from.
I have a similar yet different take on it, because the last cracker that called me nigger, see, I grew up calling them crackers, so I still do. The last cracker that called me nigger, he was like, had a southern drawl and everything, even though I was in New Jersey, because New Jersey was a good point for the KKK, that area. But anyway, I go on. The thing goes, I was crossing the street, and I walked with a walking stick. So I wasn't moving real fast. I was just coasting across the street. And the cracker leaned out of the window and said, "Nigga, get out of the road." And I stopped. I'm still in front of his car, mind you. I stopped and looked at him and cracked up laughing. That, like you said, is that the best you got to come up with? And my mind was swirling, and I was thinking, not only that, I am a nigga. Thank you for recognizing. And I kept laughing the whole time. I started back walking, and he said nigga 3 or 4 more times, trying to make me angry because he had anger in him. And I wouldn't match his desire at all. I kept laughing. I laughed so loud, people around for the whole block were looking at the strange incident of this nigga just laughing that loud. Because sometimes, I'm just saying, now I'm bragging. Sometimes I make my laugh echo off of walls. And that's what I was doing at that time. And he left still screaming, "Nigga, nigga," but he wasn't getting the response he wanted, which was the response, what he was giving out. He wanted me to give him that back. And I'm not going to do that. I know the art of peace. Some people know the art of war, give them back what they give you, fight fire with fire. That's stupid to me. I know the art of peace. When they give you war, don't fight how they fight. They expect that.
Well said.
That's what they want you to do, become them.
Yeah. And I remember saying this back in the days, that like, this is how I take on it. Just because they did that to us, if we do that back to them, it doesn't make us any better. So if they were fired, I'm not going to do that. I don't have that in my heart. I even know that you have done some of the heinous, hideous, cynical things to all of us. I can't stomach me doing the same. That's not being my authentic self. So I'm going to respond back. If you're fire, I'm water. If you're water, I'm going to become air. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think that is one of our main solutions. If we can, when we figure out the problem here.
Who are you? T. Wriggles? Are you T. Wriggles?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, that's beautiful. I like the way you think. Beautiful. I'll put my thing here. You should check out a couple of my videos. You'll see what you're saying. I have videos on it. Go check it. I just put it in the back chat. I put it in the front too. That's my channel.
Yeah, you popped up on my feed a couple of days ago, and I didn't click on that video. I was, on my weird stuff, but And
Yeah,
I
if you
really
go
do.
there,
Say it again, sir.
I was just peddling. Go ahead, man.
You know, and I was, you know, because, you know, as Epic said, you know, what are we going to do? You know, I'm very, very solution based. And to think about where the techie world is heading and how we could benefit of using this tech for all of us and the future, you know, because there are so many inventions, creators all across all across the world that could make things easier, and it will make us go back to the natural way of things. You know, I'm a firm, I'm a firm understander that, you know, some new ways and new tech isn't good. Like, instead of putting things on your computer, it's better to write it down on a notebook and pad. No one will hack you with that. So with that kind of avenue and thought on what we're going to do with this tech, you know, that will benefit us. Now I think we can restore. And now when we restore this, we can revert back to the old way, which is the best way. And I follow it.
I'm writing it down now as natural law. I heard you say nature or something like, you know, you mentioned the word nature and some kind of conjecture. But I'm saying the natural way is natural law. And then when we go into natural law, the truth must come out of us when we speak. We must be known for speaking truth. Otherwise, we're going to remain in this fulcrum. We have to start speaking truth on a mass scale to where people know us for that. We have been misrepresented and propagandized as people who lie, cheat, steal, and stuff like that. You see the popular connotation of nigger. It's one who lies, cheat. You get what I'm saying? That's what's in people's mind because of the doggone propagandizement of the word, putting us in the bad mind of people. Now, in order to change that, the first thing they say is if he'll lie, he'll cheat. If he'll cheat, he'll steal. If he'll steal, he'll kill. That's how it goes. It starts with a lie, though. So I'm suggesting we don't go through all the rest of that noise. We don't need to bother with lying, cheating, and stealing because we ain't gonna lie. So we ain't gonna reach step 2, 3, 4, 5. Because we ain't gonna start with step 1. We're gonna speak truth all the time. That, I was told, was the commitment of our ancestors. That's why we were able to grow into such strength. I was watching a little movie, one of them Camelot movies or something, you know, just a movie to clear my head because I hear people talk a lot. And the woman said, "What do you have? What is your best something? What is your best attribute?" You know, she gonna marry her son to this woman, and she's the queen. You know, what is your best attribute? And the girl said, "Oh, my best attribute is the fact that I always speak the truth." They shut the questioning down and made the marriage. You can't argue with truth. You see what I'm saying? That is the power. So I don't want to get to preaching. I was just saying that about, you ask about what is the thing that binds us, what is the thing that must hold us, and our ancestors say our commitment to truth. We commit to truth. People know us around worldwide for truth. We don't have to have no contract. We don't have to have no all that stuff. We could do things by shaking hands because we trust one another. Because truth leads to trust. Trust leads to unity. It's a simple formula. It's like mathematical. Truth leads to trust because you trust people who speak truth. And then that trust leads to unity because you're willing to deal with them. And there we go. So it's a done deal. We can augment that by not screaming who did it to us, but by simply like epic studies say, just simply fix the situation. Fuck what happened in the past, who started it, who dropped the ball. I don't care. All we have to do is pick it up and keep running, and we on our way.
And I think that's what we've been, as generally speaking, as a whole, that's what we haven't been doing. We've been too focused on the past and what took place, trying to point fingers and trying to paint this, different narrative because we don't like the current one that's out there. But we're failing to realize in order for us to ultimately change the narrative that's currently out there about us, it's going to take action. It's going to take the appropriate action specifically. And we haven't been taking the appropriate action and changing the narrative, changing the dynamics, changing the language, changing the culture. So I think it's time that we start doing that. Because that's where the real change is going to happen.
To me, the best way to raise a child is to always speak truth to that child, not which I believe, truth. If the child say, "Mommy, Daddy, you believe in Jesus or something," whatever, you can say, "Yeah, I believe in that." Not that it's true, but I believe in it. When you start speaking the truth to your children, they learn to respect you, not to disassociate you and hate you. I heard a boy say, yeah, he called his mother a bitch. He was like 7 years old. And I was like, wow, what has she done to that child to make him have that kind of verbal response that he took it out of his mouth? And I heard it. And they like to say, these children, they bad. They born devils. No, they're not. It's the way we raising them up. At 7 years old, that's all your fault. You can't blame that on the child. The child comes here laughing and happy and stuff, and you start hitting them upside the head. Don't do that. Come on, man. And they're not even 2 feet tall. You 5 feet tall, hitting them. When they get 6 feet tall, they might hit you. That's just how things go.
Indeed.
Yeah, correct. And my experience with children, what I've learned is that even though I don't have some, I've been coaching children for now 26, 27 years. And one thing I've noticed is that you can tell a child whatever you want, but it's what you do is what they'll emulate. So I like to call our generation the leaders of the new school. We've got all the teachings from our elders, and we're still connecting to the youth. And so whatever we do, they will follow suit. They might go off the path a little bit, but since that they have a model, something that they can see, and something tangible, then they'll come right back online. And I'll fall back on that.
Did I miss something? My computer went offline for a moment.
No, you didn't. I thought they kicked me off. We were just silent right there for a minute. We waiting for Greedy to come back, and he's here.
Oh yeah. I was wondering why it was off. I agree with you, and I see how that goes.
I was here.
My
Shit, I was
told me. Oh, I'm
doing
sorry.
some shit.
Speak up, Greedy.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I had just muted my mic because I was doing some shit around the house and shit. My bad. Yeah, I agree with what Modern Gator saying though, as far as the truth doing shit though. That shit go a long way and it creates trust. I think that's one of the major problems that we got within our people and shit. that's keeping us also from creating that unity that we need and that dependability that we need to depend on each other and shit in order to work our way up out of this fucking systematical stronghold, because we don't trust one another and shit. Even when people got their businesses going and shit, people don't want to support them because they don't trust one another. They scared to put their dependability in one another and shit. So yeah, that truth thing is it's hard to uncover what the truth is to a lot of people today, though, because people got many perspectives on what, you have some people to say that that's your truth and that's not my truth. You have people say things like that to you today. So, man, we got a long ways to go and a lot of shit to be worked.
I'm glad you brought up that business angle where we don't do business with each other, la-di-da, the rest of what you said. I'm glad you brought that up because that's not our culture. I want you to follow what I'm saying. Our culture actually is communism. We used to get our family together, cousins, aunts. That's communism. Our commune together, and we would buy sacks of potatoes, sacks of rice, and then we split it up. And everybody saves. Everybody makes money as a result of the movement, and our unity is even stronger with every time we do a thing like that. We had different clubs or cliques. They call some people call them the dope quay, the souffle or whatever. They got different names in different places I've been, and they all work the same. People pool their money up, and it clicks out every 2 or 3 weeks, every month or something. Somebody get the full pot, and then they start counting it up again, saving it up again. It's like if people go to church and they put in donations, and every Sunday one of them would get the results of the donations. It don't go to the Vatican, it goes to one of the members. They might even pull a lottery for which number. That's how lottery got started. Which member of the church going to get the money that we've collected over the month? People putting in 10%. You know how many businesses we got started with that kind of collectiveness? It's like a sin to say communism, but collectivism, because we were working together. And we could, you get 1 month that my mom went into business like that. She was a member of a group like that. And she didn't take it 1 month. Her pour out, because she said she wanted to double up, and she took it 2 months. And her and her sister opened a business. It was enough money, is what I'm saying, to open what she wanted to do as a business, even if it was just making those other businesses work, making them other deals work, like brokering for food, like I mentioned before with the potatoes and the rice. We worked together, we could kill it. We'd be done with this already. This is easy. That's why I think that's why a lot of foreigners, and I've spoken with foreigners, a lot of foreigners actually, and they tell me candidly over a drink of rum or brandy that they don't see what the niggas' problem is. If we work together, we could skin this place. And they be asking why we don't work together, because it's simple. It's easy, and we all understand it pretty much, like Epic does and Wriggles does. This is easy work, but we're not working together. It's hard work for one hand to lift 15 pounds. But if one finger, to lift 15 pounds, take your pinky physically, you're going to be hard work. But you take your whole hand, unify the fingers, you can lift 15 pounds, 20, 50, 100. See what I'm saying? But I'm just making a suggestion. That's all.
That's real. That's real. We need those ideas like that, and I like that idea. And it comes from the concept of a need our people really yearn for. And I also have an idea, if I may, to share on things that we can do as a collective, starting with us men. This is specifically for us. I think it's something very simple that we don't even have to physically come together to do. The only thing it will require that you do is listen
and actually do what I'm about to suggest as a collective on a national level. Today, and this is realistic, the American man and the American woman, I'm using the language the way, we know it means, so I'm going to speak it. The American man and the American woman, the only ones. There is we have a trust issue between one another for whatever reason. Don't matter. I don't care whose fault it is. I don't care when it started, where it started. I don't care anything about that. But today we do have this trust issue. And I think as men, here's something we can do to start it. To reestablishing the trust with our women. And I've had this idea and I've put it to work myself. And overwhelmingly, I've gotten so much joyful responses out of the sisters that I've done this with. Whenever our sisters, let's just start with this by establishing this trust back with our sisters. Our sisters, let's make our sisters feel confident in knowing that they don't have to walk anywhere, so provided that we are around. In other words, if a sister doesn't have a car, she needs a ride, or she finds herself at the bus stop, don't let her wait there. Don't continue to let that sister walk. If you have the means, the size of your vehicle, whatever, whether she has her children with her or not, if you have the means, the opportunity, and the time to help that sister to not walk to where she's going, indulge, take the time, take that opportunity to give that sister and her children, if she has them with her, a ride to where they're going. I think that's something small that all of us men can start doing right now with no time wasted. It only simply takes for you to change your mind and actually do it. And I think little things like that would begin to reestablish the trust that our women once had in us, because our women had the confidence, just like we did when our women saw us. They had our backs, they fought for us because they knew whatever it is that they were doing and we were around, and they knew that we were around, they knew that they were under a protection that no other woman on earth was under but them. And that's what made our women feel so special. And today, for whatever reason, that seems to be deteriorating. And I think, regardless of the blame for it, I just think today, even right now, something we can start right now could help to reestablish that trust instantly. Instantly. We ain't got to go through all or nothing. If I see a sister out there walking or standing at the bus stop, I'm gonna offer my assistance and my service to take her wherever she needs to go. And like I said, I think that's something all us American men right now could start doing for our American women. All the other ideas, as far as, other stuff, we can share. We can share right here, right now, stuff that we can actually function with and do and start right now on reestablishing things that seem to be broken between us. Seem to be broken between us, because I'm not throwing the towel in. I'm not giving them that much credit. They can't break us like that. So I just want to throw that idea out there. I yield.
That's not a bad idea at all. That right there, for the person that picks the woman up, internally, that does wonders for that individual. I do really love that, and something very simple, that every man or every woman could accomplish in that day. Oh, that's beautifully said. I'll land.
Just keeping in mind, it's just little stuff that we can do.
I just, it's just time we just do it. Let's just do it. Reestablishing the trust, between one another, and that's gonna take, like Moten Gator said, man, it's gonna take truth. And I've always advocated for that same truth because I know truth and love are the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So when you speak in truth, you speak in love, and that's what establishes the trust between you. So if you find yourself in a position where that trust seems to be broken, it's mendable, it's fixable, but it's gonna take love. It's gonna take love, and it's gonna take truth. Again, both of which are the same. So it just, solutions, man. Something, really small, something that we all can do. Like you said, brother, we all can do. But I just say that because I recognize, the issues facing, me and my people, and things that I've experienced and witnessed throughout my lifetime. And that's why I'm speaking to this, specifically us, Americans. But yes, it's the principle of it's universal. It's all love, it's all truth.
I think that truth and love, like you said, is the only way this thing works. Some people understand the past truth when I want to talk about today's truth. You feel me? And everything that exits my mouth must, and I will always remain in this truth vibration. If I know that I'm wrong, if someone tells me I'm wrong, I have no problems with saying, hey, wow, my bad. I was wrong. All right. I'll get back on to the path now. I can change my mind in an instant. But truth will be the only thing that makes us prevail over this problem we have. Or I should say, not even a problem, a situation. And I fall back.
Y'all still there? I think Greedy said he stepped away. Keith, what's up, man? You still there? Motigate, I think you still there.
I was even going to mention something
Yeah,
about
I'm
like,
here.
okay, good. I was going to mention something about like, I was going to make a video later, about these sayings that we have. And I think one of the worst sayings that needs to be thrown out immediately is the saying, I think we've all heard this saying, game is to be sold, not told. By far, the worst saying we've ever adopted. That needs to be thrown out immediately. I think all game, knowledge, and wisdom should be shared with elders and the youth. So together, we can go on the path per se. And I fall back on that.
Okay. Well, I agree to a certain degree with that. I think that certain knowledge, I'm not saying it should be kept away. You know what I'm saying? But I do think it should be reserved for when you show competence that you will be able to comprehend and exercise it. You see what I'm saying? You shouldn't be. It's like how the Bible describes of casting pearls among swine. You see what I'm saying? The pearls being that knowledge. From my perspective, I'm applying that principle. And so with that knowledge, I don't think like everything should be thrown on the table because even as we live it, we're living it. We realize that not everything is for everybody. You see what I'm saying? Everybody has their calling. Everybody has their own specific purpose. You see what I'm saying? And
true.
And the one size fit all concept really is not realistic. You see what I'm saying? It's really not, because we all have a responsibility.
Yeah.
Yes, or your divine calling. And so taking notice to that, I think that, you know, certain knowledge should be reserved until the appropriate time. You know what I mean? But the things such as the basics, though, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that should be widespread. Like the foundational information, the foundational the comprehension of the principles at their foundation. You know what I mean? I think should be widespread. You see what I'm saying? But that knowledge that you and that wisdom that you develop over time, that shouldn't be laid at the foot of, say, a baby or a young child. You see what I'm saying? Because that child has to have time to develop in order to begin to even first comprehend that. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, that child could just take that and cast it like it's garbage. You see what I mean? So
no, and I totally get it. I totally get it. It's like if your grandma has this secret sauce, you know what I mean, and you know it's for the family. Oh yeah, that game stays there. You know the way how she smothers those wings and ribs or whatever it might be. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, that game is exclusive to the fams. You feel me? Like,
bro, you got
you know.
Right. Yeah, those type of things should be reserved and preserved. Yes, only for, but all the common knowledge, should be widespread. People should understand how to, you know, love each other and treat each other as you would have, you know, them treat you and love you. You see what I'm saying? And we spread that universally, and that should be common. That should be common.
Facts. And I've seen it different just here, you know, in LA, you know, whereas in the 80s and 90s, you know, we would walk by each other and nobody said a word.
Yeah.
And now, you know, just the I look at the little things, you know what I mean? And so now, you know, majority of the times if I walk by a brother, like if there's 10 brothers, okay, 9 of them is gonna say, "Hey, what's up? How you doing?" As we walk by. Do you know what I mean? So you know, I'm optimistic with things. So that is such a big major step. You know what I'm saying, for us, you know, and as time goes on, it just gets larger and larger. I know we will figure out a solution to this situation. And for me, as I said prior, you know, we just need that hub station where everyone can come, and then we can delegate all areas that we have problems with. And then once we come to the hub, we will have a solution. And then now that circle now will get larger and larger and larger. Problem solved.
Indeed. But yeah, we all got, you know, ideas that we all have that we could implement to start, you know, building a better day, just starting out, you know what I'm saying? And bringing that into a better tomorrow. We all have those ideas. It's just, man, we just got to put them to work. That's all. We know what it takes for us, you know what I mean, to succeed. We know what it takes for us to move forward, strive forward. We just, for whatever reasons, man, you know, we decided to, you know, drop the ball there in that department. But we here today, we here now, and man, we have every, you know, opportunity to do everything in our power to change, you know, the current dynamics of things, man. We can change it. We know we can. We just got to do it. And no matter, you know, how small the circle may be, man, it's a circle. You know what I'm saying? It means it's people there that's doing the work, and that's a seed. So we don't need to worry about how many people we got on the team or whatever like that. We need to worry about accomplishing the objective. Because, you know, one of your largest trees start out as small of, you know, as the grain of a mustard seed, man. Start out real small, man.
Facts.
And it takes time to break ground. and start blossoming and flourishing. And even then, when you blossom and you flourish, you still gotta get strong. You still gotta grow up to be even stronger. The principle, that you see out in nature with trees and plants and anything, even with our bodies, with time, as we continue, we grow, we become stronger. So that strength also entails action. Just like when you in the gym working out with weights and stuff like that to gain muscle mass. You know what I mean? It doesn't just take the action of going to the gym and doing the exercises. It's the appropriate ones that you want to do in order to build that muscle and become strong like you perceive yourself to be. You can manifest that. But it takes work. That's the point I'm making. It takes work. And you mustn't get discouraged because you haven't broken your ground yet. Stick with it. Stick with it. Just like what the idea I brought to the table. Yeah, you think that there have been times where, sisters get snap their neck. I ain't getting in the car with you and all. Yeah, I've gotten that before. But I could have easily allowed that to discourage me from going further and continuing that service and that service for my sisters because of a few women that's, that's where they are mentally. It's not a knock to them. And that's just where they are. You know what I mean? That's just where they are. And it's through our life experiences, we either learn to be better or learn to be worse. But we choose that path. But the action, it's time for us to take the action. That's where the change is going to actually happen. The appropriate action. We want to be as strong as we used to be. Then we need to get back to the culture of doing the things that we were doing that not only made us that way, but kept us that way because of our practice.
Yeah.
So we got to get back to that.
And I tell you like this, Epic. I don't like to add pressure to any type of situation. Everyone just remain calm. But the situation says that if we don't make that action, kiss all our people goodbye. It's not anything. Like I said, I don't want to add pressure, but I know, well, let me rephrase that. Like, I feel deeply and strongly that we will have the answer, because if we don't, our loved ones, our loved ones, the babies and even the ones on their way, it's a wrap just due to this tech thing and where they're heading, so we're going to be this dam, we're going to be this dam we're going to break, and all this water will fill in, and now things could remain balanced once again. And I'll fall back on that.
Man, you good, bro? If you got some more you want to talk about, go ahead, because I'm about to eat. My wife just fixed my plate, so I'm about to chow down. But I'm here listening though.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I gotta get back to writing. I didn't know I could write until I took the action. And then once I took the action, the thoughts, now my hand is catching up with my thoughts. I can just scribble and write for a very long time now, apparently. So yeah, the action, once we take the action. If you're listening, Greedy, thank you for having me on. Epic, Gator, I love talking to y'all. And today was a great day. They didn't cut me off, guys. I think I'm. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm the leader here. I'm the leader in getting zapped or cut off, you know, which doesn't let me share my mind with you and my feelings, you know. So this is a great day, and thank you all, man. You know what I mean? We're gonna do some great things, guys. Just stay positive, man.
You're doing great things, man. This is great, whether you recognize it or not. You ever heard of a concept called giant steps?
From what they've taught me, yeah.
That's what we're making, giant steps, man. They don't, to the average love. See, you know, I say I'm not human. But when people say they gods, I think of that Jehovah guy, and I would have fired him immediately because he created Adam and Eve. Their first generation killed each other. You know, the Cain and Abel thing. So I'm not going with that. I would have fired him right away. I'd be like, your first generation killed each other. Oh, dude, you're not the best God in the book. I look in the phone book and get somebody else.
That's facts.
You know, that's what I'm looking at. So I'm just saying I'm not, but I know I'm not human. So when I know what I am, I'm gonna say it doesn't really matter. It's what I do, and that's what really matters. What I am. People say who you are. It doesn't matter much. What you are is what matters. Are you a speaker of truth? Yes. Are you someone you can be trusted? Yes. Then there you go. That's what you are. Now, who you are, you may be Peter, Mary, the baby of Santa Claus. I don't know. I'm just saying who you are is a matter of social construct, where you fit in the society. But what you are, no matter where you're in the society, you will always be that thing. And I think that's why a lot of people say, hey, man, they call it black because that's what the cracker gave us, black. But to me, that's the first lie that we tell, is saying that we are black. We know, we look at ourselves, we see we brown, but we say we black. What are we doing if we're not lying? I don't know what people think they're doing if they're not lying. If they see they brown, but they say they are black. And like I said, I've talked to a lot of people from different countries and stuff. And when they initially came into, like in the past 20 years or so, they would call us black, they would call us brown. And then some James Brown convert would say, no, we black and we proud and all that kind of stuff, and force the people to say, okay, you like calling yourself black, I'll just call you black like you say. And then they went further and told other people that they were black. Went to Panama, told them people they black, they got their own culture and everything, but now they black. And now they losing their culture too, to a greater degree, because black ain't no culture. It ain't nothing. It's just it's just actually, that's what you do to a paper when you want to redact it. You black shit out. The part you black it out. So I'm just saying, everybody understands that we are not that thing. It doesn't matter about the other implications of the word black. It's just simply, that is not what I am. I'm a brown person. That's true. Then we can live on truth. But when we keep saying this black thing and we accept this black thing, we are accepting lies. And we got to know from the beginning, once you start stepping on lies, you're going to sink, because ain't no building in that. That's just all water. You just sink right to the bottom. So that's what I say about the first thing. I even did a video, Wriggles, if you get to my thing, I did a video saying anyone who tells their own child that they are black should be arrested for child molestation. Oh, child abuse. That's what I said, child abuse. Because they're abusing that child's spirit by telling that child that lie, and then forcing that lie into their inculcation, to where they're expressing it out themselves. Yeah, I'm black. How old are you? I'm 2.5 and I'm black. And the child knows better, because now the child can't even learn what colors are, because they're confused and they're mad and they're crazy. And then you figure out, the rest of the story that's going to happen. But that's what we are looking at, the results of all those lies. We could stop, like my man say, stop lying right away. Start building that thing up of trust right now. Don't take no 10 seconds. Don't take no committee, nothing. Don't take no education. Don't have to read a book. Yeah, you just, there you go. And you're in there. Just say, hey man, this is what I'm gonna do to yourself, and then attempt to do it. You're gonna have an attempt. Soon as you start speaking the truth, you will be challenged immediately. Don't let that fall to you. Trust in yourself and keep going, because it will challenge you. And you say, wait a minute, I just lied. So don't drop the ball just because maybe a lie can't slip out. That's habit. Shit, you've been doing it for 30, 40, 50 years. You got to give yourself some grace room and say, okay, you know, keep going. And by the time 60 days pass, they say 49 days, but I say 60. By the time 60 days pass, you would have developed the habit of speaking the truth. And all you have to do is maintain it. It takes about 60 days, 49 to 60 days to develop a habit. And the body and the mind loves habits. If you take control of your mind and take control of your body and make it do a habit, it will be in love with you the rest of your life. Because the body and the mind, they like habits, things they don't have to figure out. They just do. They call it muscle memory or something. The body can live on muscle memory. You can be out there hoeing the yard, driving a car, and don't even know how you got home. Because muscle memory and mental memory. And you thinking about something else over in Switzerland or down the street with your woman or something. You got all these visions in your mind, nothing to do with the traffic. And then you find yourself home. Damn, how did I get here? Yeah. Muscle memory and mental memory. They love it. The mind and the body loves habits. So that's a way to start right there. Just make it a habit. Hey, don't allow me to just preach, man. I don't like necessarily just preaching. I only got one message, and that is speak the truth.
That's good. That's good, Gator. Like whenever I hear wise words, you know, I let that go through the noggin, let it swirl around. You know what I mean? No words need to be said when wisdom is spoken. You feel me? You gotta sit there and think about that. And you're absolutely right with the muscle memory, for sure.
All right, I'm back, y'all. I'm back. I had to go do a few things for my family around the crib. Man, shout out to Odin Gator and T. Rivers, my brother Epic Studies and shit. And T. Norfolk is still on the panel for holding it down. While I stepped away, I see the big dog, Comrade OG in the building. Who else I saw come through? Marve, peace to my sister, Sharice the realest in the house. Man, I appreciate everybody for tapping in. Mama D, it's always love. You already know what it is. Network family. Hey, Tanya, what's good, cuz? Who is this? This is Gene Nolan. Peace to you and the KJA family. Christopher. Man, salute to everybody that tapped in. I see, I see the Cuzzo up in here. Wisdom show up in the house. See Wisdom show up in the building. What's good with it? I mean, I've been listening on shit though, man. I've been just doing some little maintenance shit around the house and shit for the lady of the house. Well, yeah, peace to everybody that's tapped in, man. I appreciate y'all for holding it down. And Motivator, you've been speaking some genuine, some deep shit, and I resonate with a lot of what you're saying and shit though, bro. Real talk.
That's what that truth does, man.
Because you know, like when he say about the child, you know, because I personally feel that it's a child abuse and shit to indoctrinate your children, like, you know, forcing them or teaching them, raising them up in the church, having somebody place hands on them, teaching them to believe in, you know, a deity and all that type of shit. Regardless of if you're an adult and you chose that belief and shit, I just don't think it's a good idea for you to be teaching your child that and shit, or making it your personal business and shit. You know how some people say, like I've heard, like T. Riggles tapped in on that earlier about these cliches and these famous sayings that go on amongst us and shit. You know, like it's another saying out there and shit where a lot of the sisters, be saying that they want a God-fearing man, and and stuff like that, and they want to they even going to the point where they feel, some people feel that you're not really a wholesome person if you're not wrapped up in some type of religious ideology or something like that. Like it's a thing out there that people feel that you're not wrapped too tight if you don't believe in a God and stuff like that. It's a lot of things and shit, man. When it comes to the children and teaching them as far as that truth. Like, I think that was powerful and shit what Modern Gator spoke on when he said, when a child asked him, do you believe in a Jesus Christ? And, I think it's appropriate for the parent, if they do believe in Jesus Christ, for them to say, yeah, that is something that I believe in, but it's not necessarily the truth. Like, teach them the truth and shit, man. Like, real talk and shit. So, yeah, it's many ways that you can destroy the mentality or the open-mindedness of a child by indoctrinating them into certain things and shit that you personally done took in as a truth that not necessarily is the truth. It's what you believe to be. So, we got, that's to say, we got a long way to go when it comes to correcting our people and shit, and actually bringing up a generation, the children in the future to come, the children of the future, the generations to come, and them understanding exactly what truth is. Because truth is, in today's time, people say that the facts is what makes up the truth and shit, but according to research and according to study and according to people changing religious and different worldviews, those facts sometimes can change, so it's no longer the truth. So we got a long way to go with that and identifying exactly what the truth is, because the truth is, to me, it can only be proven as such. Like, if it can't be proven as such, then it's in the air. It's speculation. It's just a thought. It's just someone's thinking or someone's narrative on something and shit. But if it can't be proven as such, then it is not the truth. And that's on all levels. So you're talking about history, and you're talking about your deities and different gods, or different scientific theories that have been taught, all kinds of shit, you know what I'm saying, that just be up in the air and really moved and powered by a belief or a fact that's agreed upon by certain people or people in power, or the government per se, by a propaganda machine that'll turn a fact into a truth. Into the truth in the eyes of the masses, but it's not necessarily the truth and shit. It's actually, things that's agreed upon by certain political parties or certain people that's in power, or, religious cliches and sayings and stuff like that. That's like we're talking about the Bible and shit, but the Bible and, in general, like a child that's 5, 6, 7 years old, just learning how to read, learning how to pronounce words, got the pronunciation down, able to read for themselves and shit. Is the Bible the perfect book for you to give to a child and have a child read the Bible and shit and try to teach that to them as if that's some type of truth, and they need to believe in that, and these is the principles they need to live by growing up? Is that destroying the child? Is that indoctrination? Is that abuse of the child's mind? You see what I'm saying?
I say yes.
I say yes too.
Because it's like it's frowned upon. It's damn near a crime to be imaginative, to have that quote unquote childlike mind as it pertains to imagination. And when you get to using that part of your mind, it's frowned upon. You looked at it as crazy, something wrong with you. You see what I'm saying? But your idea of what normal is and how you may view society or even function in it, it came from the ideas that were given to you by somebody else, that were actually, pushed on you. Religious beliefs and all. It was pushed on you. And that's why I say, yes, it's an infiltration of your natural mind. For somebody to come along, regardless if it's their intent or not, you know what I'm saying? But for someone to come along and teach you principles outside of what you naturally know for one, and what you are naturally developing for two, I think that's an infiltration on your mind.
Have you ever learned? Do you know how to train it? I mean, how to train an elephant? How elephant is trained? That's how it's best put. How elephant is trained? I'll tell you. It's the same reasoning. An elephant is trained first by separating the baby, and they must start with the smallest elephant you can find that can just live without its mother. That's how low you want to go. You know, they off the breast. You take that and separate it from its lineage, its mother and all that stuff, and tie it up with a big old ass rope, and you beat it and beat it into unconsciousness. Don't kill it, but beat it into unconsciousness. And when it wakes up, beat it again. And keep beating it every time you think about it. Just go over and just whack it up with a stick or something. Just beat it, because it can't get away. You got a big ass rope, because even a little elephant will pull a tree down. You have to have a big tree and a big rope, because once they get beat like that, a little elephant will pull most of the trees you look at. They'll pull that stuff down, even a little elephant, when he gets distressed. So you got to find a big tree and a big rope, and you beat it. And then after a few days of that, the next thing I was going to say is never allow it to sleep. When it's try to get some rest or something like that, beat it. Whenever it tries to get into that imaginative sleep dream world where they can start realizing reality and realize they are stuck in a situation, beat it. Before it could get into that understanding, just beat it. And then when it gets real hungry and thirsty, offer it a little bit of water, maybe a cup or half a cup of water, you know, so it can know what water is, and it comes from you. Give it to them from you. And then when you give it to them, beat them again. And then that's how you get them into that cycle, gets them into the trauma of believing that you are their sustenance. You a little water and you beat them, because now you can control them, because you can determine their death and their life by the water versus the beating. You see what I'm saying? This is a buildup. These are children. They're baby elephants. That's why when a rogue elephant, they call it a rogue elephant, when the elephant so-called wakes up, like we talk about, wake up, and they talk about the woke generation, because they're trying to stop that from being popular. They don't want people to wake up, because when an elephant wakes up, the only thing they can do with a rogue elephant is put it down. You can't reason with a rogue elephant. It will not go back under orders again. It's done. Just like you can't enslave a grown man who grew up in his own culture. Oh, hell no. That's why they call it kidnapping. Ain't nobody cat napping and shit. What you gonna do? You gotta keep so severe. That's why it was so many revolts and all this stuff. They trying to cap. You gotta kidnap. Take little children, something you can manage. You know, they 2 or 3 feet tall. You can manage them. But you take a grown man that already knows his culture and stuff like that. Yeah, you can't. That's not gonna work. And that's how it go. So I'm just saying, we have to realize that we have to take our children under our wing early in their life and give them culture, give them truth in culture. That's all. Hey, you know what your grandmother used to do? I don't know how you put it together for your life, but give it to them. And then they'll be able to carry that the rest of their life, to judge everything from that point of view.
Right.
That's what I mean. They have like a place, like my man say, to draw circles around, a perfect circle, because you gave them that spot in the middle. It's a plumb. It's a plumb line or something. Got to do with a plumb line.
The reason why I would say
Speaking,
that
brother.
was
That brother.
extremely deep. That was extremely deep. That was just breaking down our whole historic thing going on right there. And what I would say, I wouldn't give a child a Bible because, that 7-year-old, if you have the boy and the girl and they read Genesis for the first time, or someone reads it to them, and then here goes the apple story. And so right now, if both parties are listening or reading the apple story, this little girl is going to feel like crap. She's going to feel like, so I'm the reason why everything is going wrong here. Like, it's so detrimental to that little girl. And that's why I wouldn't let the children read the Bible. I make sure they become of age first if you're going to dive into that thing. And I fall back on that.
That's real, bro. That's real. It's certain horrors. And when I came out of the Bible, once I stopped believing in the shit, bro, when I studied my way, I studied my way out of the Bible, bro. I researched and reread and to the point where things just started to just stand out to me and shit. I started to see blatant contradictions. I started to see a lot of what you would call stories that went on in the Bible that requires all belief and faith in order for it to be real to you. Without the faith and the belief, it would be like a comic book. It would be like, I consider the Bible an adult comic book. You know what I'm saying? It's supernatural, got all types of crazy things in it and shit. It got some good sayings in it, but at the same time, certain things that went on and shit in the Bible. Like the God of the Bible he's basically the author of racism. He's according to the God of the Bible and in his ways, he's the one who allegedly separated all man. He separated so-called his creation, his man, his kind of man, or whatever you want to call it, and chose a certain people out of those people to be a special people or his favorite people, and gave them favor, and everybody else is considered just heathens, or they're just not the chosen people, or they are destined for some type of war or destruction in their future. You see what I'm saying? Everything is set up around these favorite people and shit, and then the Bible is based off of that. It's basically wrapped around everything that goes on transpiring with God's favorite people, God's chosen people in the earth, and how they're going to war or at odds with all the other people that's not the chosen. You see what I'm saying? And it kind of legalizes that. It gives you in the law, it gives you like a blueprint on how to go about servitude when it comes to other people. And it's even in the detail on certain stipulations on you can keep a person that's not of the chosen people for a certain amount of time, or you can go about it with them. They are allowed to eat unclean. They are allowed to do certain things, but of your people and shit, of the chosen people, you can only have them for a certain amount of time. They can't do certain things it's like the author of like supremacy, the very origin of racism, or that I'm more superior than you and my God is better than yours, or all of this shit is like happening when you really look at it from the outside looking in. If you're a believer in the Bible, you won't see a lot of this shit. You wouldn't even think of it that way. But when you're on the outside looking in and shit, and you reading this book, this is what it's going to give you. Shit, this is what it's going to give you and shit. The heathen.
Oh, it sounds like you said the original Mein Kampf. That's what they call Hitler's book, Mein Kampf.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like the heathen are the people who are considered to be the lawless ones, or the ones who are out of order, the ones who are living in chaos and shit. And the superior people are or the supreme or chosen people are supposed to be the ones that's supposed to be dishing out the law. They are the ones who's supposed to be going into the other people's, the heathens' lands and into their territories and destroying all of their gods, or destroying all of their ways of life and introducing the order to them, teaching them how to be righteous and teaching them how to serve the God the correct way. See, this is the narrative of the Bible and shit. And if you really look at what's going on according to what they wrote in history, that is what went down and shit. You know, a lot of religious wars and shit, and motherfuckers going into other people's lands and shit and trying to establish a law that is not foreign, that is not of them, but is foreign to them, and then claiming to be doing it through a superiority, and that these people are lawless. So the way that you're doing it is what they call uncivilized. You're not a righteous people. You're more of a savage, and you need to live this way, and you need to be doing it this way. You know, even down to the point of the marriages and having, you know, what they call having babies out of wedlock and shit, to where the very term bastard came from. You see what I'm saying? All through these ideologies of where it's all rooted in. It's religious rhetoric that have came into people's lands, and people have used these manuscripts or these writings or these ideologies in order to inflict war and pain on the inhabitants of those lands. And that is what is going on. They still doing it to this day, still at war and at odds over these same writings and these same religious ideologies and shit. This is what's going on and shit. So that's why I said it is definitely in my opinion, it is definitely a indoctrination and shit in the young child's mind right away, to even get them to even start even believing that any of that is real, to even believe that any of this is historical facts, to even believe, see, like we're in a time space right now so where we're actually living it to what they have done. So this is why you have the term anti-Semitic and all this types of shit. And people claiming to be chosen people or God's, the children of the real God, and all of this types of shit, because people are living this shit out in our very lives right now. The point, you know, like I explain to people all the time, like, there really ain't no such a thing as anti-Semitic outside of the Bible, outside of the Quran, outside of the religious ideology that's attached to that. Because if there ain't no real Shem, then there ain't no Shemitic. If there ain't no Noah, there ain't no Shem. There ain't no Abraham. There ain't no chosen people. There ain't no Moses. There ain't none of that. So until people be able to extract the power from the belief in that, then we're going to always go through this shit with our own people. This is what I was getting to earlier. The real war is the mentality of our own people and what they are deeming as truth. They are deeming truth off of belief. They are deeming truth off of facts that has been agreed upon by people in high places, people that got power, people that's able to push propaganda machines in order to establish lies into a truth. This is what we're against. So the real war is against your own people's mentality and their ways of perceiving the world through the indoctrination. If you get what I'm saying.
I totally get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. You're 5,000% correct. And this is a test you can give people to see if they are indoctrinated or not. Could you use your religious mind? Could you use your intelligent mind over your religious mind? Here's the test, Greedy. You'll start like this. You'll say, okay, who lied? God said that if you eat from this apple, you will surely die. But the serpent came over and said, no. If you eat from this apple, you will gain knowledge and wisdom. And then you pause right there. And then you ask the individual, do you know what happened next after that? And then I know I said, well, yeah, I know exactly what happened. All right. So who lied? And I used my intelligent mind quickly over the religious one. And I said, oh, yeah, of course, God lied. And then the person said, you're not indoctrinated. You're able to use your intelligent mind over your religious mind. And you wouldn't believe how many people would say they wouldn't be able to say what I just said. They would say, no. Eve didn't die. Eve spiritually died. I'm sorry. If you spiritually die, you're no longer here. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? So that indoctrination, as you're saying, is so, it was well done by the establishment. I give him kudos for that. Well done. The play, it was a good play action play. Everybody thought it was a run, but it was really a pass. So that's the test I like to give people if you're indoctrinated.
Having been,
That's a
you know, I know people say they coming out of the Bible, they had to come out of it. I had to go into it because I was not raised in the church like that. So I had to go into it to learn what it was all about. And as I went into it, I read the book of that thing you call the Bible like 3 or 4 times in groups and all kind of stuff like that. And on my own, though, I did notice about this part you're talking about. That's Genesis 3. In Genesis 3:24, the Elohim comes back and say, hey, man, you got to stop these people, kick them out or something, because if they eat from the other tree, you know, there was 2 trees that he had talked to them about. And according to the story, it's a story. It's in a book. I'm just reading the book story, right? You get me? Don't be talking about I believe this, who believe that. I don't care. It's a story like Little Red Riding Hood. Wasn't there, you know, a wolf in there or something? Yeah, okay, then that's a story. I ain't trying to trip. I'm just telling you how the story reads, okay? In the book, you can go check it. In the book, it says, in 3:24, it says, the Elohim came, you know, they got busted or something. And, oh, yeah, the serpent, yeah, okay. And by 3:24, the Elohim said to whoever, Jehovah, God, Lord, whatever name they use for that dude, because he was a straight fuck up to me, you know what I mean? The guy that created. But anyway, they said to him, look, man, we got to get them out of here before they eat from the next tree, the tree of life. They didn't ate from the tree of knowledge of the difference between good and evil. That was the first tree that they actually ate from. And in the Elohim saying that, and the Elohim is said to be a group. That's a plural word. Elohim is plural. But what I ain't gonna get into, but it's a plural, you know, according to their culture and religion. So anyway, they're telling the God of Adam and Eve and stuff that, look, they're going to become like us, which is what the serpent told her in 3:3. The third, you know, in the 3rd verse, when he first spoke to her, he said, oh, he just telling you that stuff because he know if you eat from these trees, you'll become like them. And then Elohim confirmed it in 3:24, right there in the same chapter. And then there's more if you want to really know how because that's their culture. See, every religion is a matter of ancestor reverence and culture. Their ancestor is that deadbeat dad, Abraham, who took his firstborn son and his baby's mama and put them out in the desert to die. That's what they feared. Abraham. He's, you know, I just heard what he did. Okay. So now they revere him. You got to think about what you're looking at. They telling you, but are you looking? I mean, are you listening? Because now you need to go to Lemech, Lemech, 2 paragraphs in the whole Bible about this guy, Lemech. One is to establish his pedigree, being that he's the great-great-grandson of Cain. And the next to just tell you how he saw it. He said, He ran home. It's only 2 paragraphs. He ran home to his doggone wives, and he had more than one wife, where that's contrary to what they say about Jews. Listen to what I'm saying, though. Go read it for yourself. You can Google this, what I'm saying, and have it in 10 seconds. So he went there, called his wives. Hey, come around. I got something important to tell you. His wives were like, what's going on? You all excited and stuff. He said, I just killed a man, a young man at the market. And they say, yeah. So he said, no, you don't get it. I'm the grandson of Cain. Cain killed Abel, and God gave him the gift. God gave him a gift. You'll also find that in the chapter 3. When God gave him the mark of Cain, that was a gift to protect him, a gift of protection. And it says right in the book, it's a gift of protection, but most people don't see it. But it says to protect him.
It definitely do. It definitely said that way, because it says something about he marked him and shit so that everybody would know not to kill him and shit. That's what it says.
Exactly. Protection. It's And so his great grandson said, I just killed a man. I think he killed 2 men, but don't hold me to that. I know he said he killed a young man. And he said, if my grandfather got 7 times 7 protection, I ought to get, he killed 2 people, I think it was. He ought to get 70 times 70 because he killed 2 men. So what he's looking for is for his God to reward him for murder. Now, there's a guy named Zimmerman who killed a little brother named Trayvon Martin. Right. And only Zimmerman's word about what happened is what we got, because Trayvon was dead. Within a month, Zimmerman was bombarded with donations that were above $1 million. Blood money.
Right. Zimmerman still walking around the motherfucker somewhere out and about right now.
Which is what a French man asked me that. He was so beautiful. He said, Wale, how do y'all do it? He killed a young boy with a gun, followed him around, even tell you he did it. And y'all don't do nothing. He said if that had been in our country, he couldn't walk around. Right. That's how we feel about our children. You can't do that. How y'all stand around and say you men and you allow that to happen? And then Sandra Macy gets shot in the face. How dare you talk about you're a God and your woman can be shot in the face on public TV like it's nothing. You get that? I can't even talk about it, man. I'm gonna go get it. I gotta stop.
I feel you on that shit, bro. And I share the same sentiment and shit, bro. Like, yeah, couldn't be mine. That's all I'm gonna say. I leave it there and shit. Couldn't be mine. Shit. What the hell wrong with most men in our motherfucking nation and shit, man? With most people, I think it should be massive uproars and what they call we should have the very power to be canceling out shit and what's the shit they was calling the shit when Martin Luther King was starting all of that shit, boycotting. It should be all types of fucking boycotting and shit on all these types of fucking industries and corporations, even certain politicians or whatever the fuck it may be and shit that's getting in the way of corrupting our motherfucking peoples and shit, man, and destroying the future of our children to come. Then we supposed to be able to cancel out all of that shit, man. You know, I say it all the time. It starts with the people setting the tone within our very own culture of what we define as our own culture and what we're going to accept and what we're not going to accept. Because, you know, leaving it up to us and where we at with it today as a people, just looking on the outside, looking in, what really defines the Negro culture in America and shit. You know, you got half of them saying that they Christian, half of them saying that they this, half of them want to be this, some of them want to be that. You know, some of them is compromising for money. You know, motherfuckers is doing all types of shit, man, scheming on their own peoples and shit, man. You know, our women out of order, the children out of order, the men is all fucking fucked up and jacked up mentally. So, you know, like there is really no types of, you know, law or order being laid down amongst our people and shit, into where, you know, it's just certain shit that just we're not tolerating as a people. Shit, we not having. It don't matter if you want to call us niggas, you want to call us blacks, you want to call us whatever the fuck you want to call us and shit. One thing should be for a fucking fact is you wouldn't be able to play with them like that. No matter, you ain't gonna be able to take that dumb shit over there to them niggas. The blacks ain't going for it. You know, it should be some type of motherfucking, you know, tone setting going on to where we're not having this shit. And it should start definitely with the protection of our children and our women in these motherfucking streets and shit. You see certain shit going on, a motherfucker shouldn't be able to get away with shit. Fuck the phony ass judicial system and all that shit. We not having that shit. Fuck around, fuck over one of ours, it's gonna come with a price. It's gonna meet you out in parking lots and shit. We meeting up and showing up in motherfuckers' jobs and shit. We finding out where you live. We bringing the ruckus to your motherfucking doorstep, fucking around with us and shit. You take a life of one of ours and shit. You best believe and shit that somebody's got to die. You know what I'm saying? Hate to be like that, but that, you know, something's got to go down to where somebody is establishing the motherfucking culture indeed. And this is what we not having in our culture. We ain't tolerating this shit. You ain't gonna keep motherfucking shooting our motherfucking children and planting drugs on motherfuckers and doing all types of cruddy shit to fuck over our people and shit, destroy motherfucking families and shit, and plot on many ways and shit to fuck up our family structures. Nah, we got to be able to overthink that shit and unify some type of way to where we're protective of one another and shit. Like real talk. Yeah, they say you ain't got to go to school to learn that shit. You ain't got to pick up no book or end up in somebody's church to understand that. Like real talk. Certain shit just shouldn't be allowed. It should be zero tolerance on certain shit. Certain shit should be zero tolerance. No, you're not fondling they one of our young children. We ain't dealing with that motherfucking homosexual activity. We ain't fucking with transhumanism. We ain't fucking with you racist motherfuckers and shit, and all you trying to establish your color code system and want to keep calling everybody crayon colors and shit like that. No, certain shit, there should be zero tolerance on, period. No matter where the fuck you go across this motherfucking country and shit, you shouldn't even be able to open up your motherfucking mouth and say certain shit, even if you is one of ours. We get with your motherfucking ass too and shit and make you a perfect example to our children of what not to grow up and be and what not to grow up and try to imitate. Like real shit. Zero tolerance. And that's the problem and shit. Motherfuckers is too wide open and shit. Niggas just accept all types of shit. That's how you got people amongst us and shit talking about that they Hebrews and trying to teach motherfuckers to say a prayer in an Arabic language and all types of crazy shit. Motherfuckers trying to identify with telling motherfuckers that they African and shit. They from some fucking Yoruba tribe and all this crazy ass shit. I was talking about they from the child of Abraham and all this crazy ass shit. She started motherfuckers going upside motherfuckers' heads. Motherfuckers know should knock some sense into some of these nonsensical ass motherfuckers and shit. 'Cause that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a lot of people that's indoctrinated to the core, to the point where they're just totally nonsensical and shit. You know what I'm saying? They are very detriment to the children and to the future generations of our people and shit. You know, so we can't leave it up to nobody else to correct our motherfucking in-house problems and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? We got to start laying down some type of tone and setting that motherfucking tone and living and be willing to fucking die by it as well. Like real shit. Certain shit should be zero tolerance on. It shouldn't be even at a point and shit. It should be out the question and shit where you trying to make it to the point and shit where we going up in public places and shit, motherfucking malls and plazas and, you know, different department stores, Walmarts and shit like that. And you got to be down there outside the bathroom and shit and watch your children and shit because they got open motherfucking pronouns and shit like that that can just all welcome into the bathroom with your baby girl and shit. open motherfucking pronouns and shit, ready to be all up in the motherfucking toilets and shit next in the stall next to your young boys and shit like that. Ready to end up in the school and shit, teaching your motherfucking children and shit like that, getting them all up in little after school programs and shit like that, and grooming them to accept this new way of motherfucking life and shit, all this weird ass shit. You have to be zero tolerance on shit like that, and that's gonna start with us. Real talk.
Well, you know, it starts with the cartoons, because I was watching the cartoons with some kids, children, and then I see in the kids' cartoon, they call it, it starts there. They're already, by the time they're 3-4 years old, man, they're already introduced to the alternate lifestyle, as they put it.
Right.
So I don't know what you're going to do about that. And then if you're sending your children to the schools, you're pretty much cooked on that. I don't know what you could do as an individual, this, that, and the other. But I do not recommend violence. I'm strongly against violence until it's absolutely necessary. And I don't see any reason to be fighting with my own people about anything at this point. Through violence, we could have it, like they call it, a heated discussion. I don't do much of that either, because I don't have time. Energy for that. I speak the truth, and then if you don't like it, that's cool. You can say you have a different perspective. That's cool too. People, because I don't want nobody to say, "Oh, you lying, Wale," because people say that a lot just to try to create doubt and all that kind of stuff, and put us in once again in the prima facie reputation of being liars. When I first went to a town, the first thing the guy told me was, "Hey man, you got to watch out for the blacks because they'll lie to you." I said, "What do you mean the blacks?" He said, "Niggas, man, they'll lie to you." I said, "What you mean?" He said, "Man, I said, "All of them?" He said, "Yeah." And I had to look at him. I said, "Do you realize that you're telling me you're black?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "That mean I got to watch out for you too, huh?" See, that's self-incrimination. That's just a circle back to self-incrimination. Every time you call me a liar, you're actually calling yourself a liar, because people outside gonna hear that niggas lie instead of the opposite that we speak. Yeah, a lot of times somebody tell me a story, it can be fantastic, and I'd be like, "Wow, that's beautiful." And people say, "Why you say that's beautiful?" That's their story they're telling. I'm not saying it's truth or validating their story. I'm simply saying it's beautiful because it's a story. I like stories. But when we try to take it as a truth, then we got a problem. Like this thing about the Bible and stuff, it's a story like Little Red Riding Hood to me. But when people start inculcating, and usually they do that when they're children, that's why they keep trying to take the children to church. They get the mothers, bring your children to church. And we'll just take them from there. You can drop them off, and we'll suffocate them, with our own garbage.
And so let me say this to you too, Elder. I'm definitely not in the fashion of trying to promote violence on our own people. I'm saying it's got to be some type of line drawn in the sand where we got to really figure out and shit who the fuck is our people and shit, man. Like real talk, because like where we at with it now in this society and shit, man, it's hard to unite because everybody's ideology is off and shit, and motherfuckers is too wide open and shit. Motherfuckers is compromised. A lot of people is compromised.
I agree. I saw that.
So it's like that's all I'm saying and shit. Like, it's got to be some type of line drawn in the sand and shit to where we got to be able to separate from even our own people and shit, man, who are detrimental to us, man, for real. In order for us to really know who the fuck is who and shit, like real talk, because if we just too wide open and shit, and everybody all friendly and all of that, we all in it for the same cause, talking all that, man, all that shit is getting old, man. That shit is getting played out. Hey, that shit ain't moving nobody nowhere and shit. And it's, and like, let's be real and shit, man. Like, because it even starts with our family. Even starts with our family and shit. It starts right there and shit. You know what I'm saying? Even under your own households and shit, and family get-togethers and shit like that. We recognize even fake and compromised motherfuckers within our own families. We see them, but we ignore And many of us tend to just let it go. You see what I'm saying? And because they're family, or we see certain people that's close to the family, and and you got all these different types of ties with people, to where you're just very passive on certain shit, and even though you identify the wrong, or you see they headed down the wrong direction and shit, but you let motherfuckers just be and shit like that. That's what I'm saying. It's just sometimes it's just my opinion, just how I feel, just from observation. It's got to be some type of line drawn in the sand and shit, to where we still have some type of culture to hold on to. Because if not, then we don't have a culture. We have what's given to us as a culture and shit. And what's given to us is, you could be a Hebrew, you could be a Muslim, you could be a Moor, you could be an Indian, you could be an Aborigine, you could be a Christian, you could be a Jehovah's Witness, you could be a Baptist, you could be whatever you want to be and shit, man. You could be a lesbian, you can be a gay man, you could be a trans, you could be a trans am. You can be whatever you just so desire to be, and it is all right and shit. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like, our culture is just too wide open, and that's why we get no respect. That's why you get no respect, because you have zero tolerance for nothing. You just accept any and all, even down to the point where you accept foreigners. You accept their ideologies. You accept their gods. You accept their religious beliefs. You accept them and call them your brothers and your sisters, all this types of shit, man, because you're doing business with them. Like, we're just too wide open as a people, and it makes us vulnerable. You'll never get no respect and shit, because you don't stand on nothing. There's nothing that you can say that the nigga stands on. What is it that the nigga stand on, and that we are known, where we not having that? That's what I'm getting to and shit, bro. That's what I'm talking about. And if it starts with us even separating from our very own that's compromised, then it got to start somewhere. It got to start, bro. We got to draw out the real from the fake and shit, man. We got to separate the real from the fake. Too many of our people is compromised and shit, man, and they helping keeping the confusion going and the dysfunction and disunity amongst the people. They help them keep that shit going, because ain't nobody separating from their fucking ass. Ain't nobody stop rooting for them and what they call it, going over there and supporting they shit. Too many of that shit going on, because the culture is too wide open. Motherfuckers just accept any and all and shit, bro. Like, man, like there ain't nobody and shit saying like, nah, we not fucking with that, man. And ain't nobody getting behind nobody that's just saying we not fucking with that, in order to make it an established thing in this country. We shouldn't even be having these talks about motherfuckers identifying us as blacks, identifying us as Africans and shit. If we'd established that shit within our own culture a long time ago. Shit's too wide open and shit. And shout out to Indian business, man. Salute.
Man, peace to your chat. Man, peace, peace to your panel too. Man, we really just really looking at ourselves, cause these folks didn't have no culture. So, I mean, rice. Some people can't eat. Some black folks can't even eat brown rice, cause it's too healthy. But man, rice came from here. So we really it's me versus me all the time. So yeah, you gonna have some problem, cause you like they making it look like it's their culture, but it's not, cause they didn't really had no food. They really eating each other before they even met us. So man, it's really just would they be using the word diabolical? It's really a diabolical game. Like, you really just me versus me. Like, we paying attention to them too much. And we just gotta concentrate on us. I mean, the folks that is in the we gotta concentrate on us, even though it is probably some secret little agents in here. Which a clown is always gonna be a clown. Man, yeah, it's easy. It's easy now, 'cause you got movies. So it's really easy to unveil the clown. I mean, yeah.
Man, peace and salute to my bro Ghetto Child. I see Sis in the building, the true daughter of darkness. Did I miss somebody? I'm making sure I want to shout out the family and shit. I've been trying to do a better job at keeping my eye on the chat, man. Good brother D. Allen Warren and Cosby Ford.
Man, what's up, Freddie though? What's up, man? I was pointing the direction from AP. AP pointed me in the direction, man. How
Man,
you
that's what it
doing,
is.
brother?
Shout out to my cousin, man, Copper Grizzly, Aboriginal Power and shit, man. Appreciate you for finding the channel, man.
That's your bloodline?
Nah, that's just my big cousin shit. I've been knowing him for a while and shit, man. I ran into him. He probably was the first, I would say, Aboriginal or Indian and shit I ran into once I came into this community and shit on YouTube and shit. It was AP and shit.
That's the hood scientist, bro. Bro. I ain't gonna let bro pull up on your way. Real talk.
Yeah, I support AP. That's big cousin and shit, man. But yeah, I see. You know what? I see the brother Christopher in the chat say the American Gods. You know, it's been a few people told me to watch that show and shit. I haven't seen that, but they say the American Gods and shit is a good joint to check out and shit. They explain on how the people over here in America and shit got indoctrinated and shit with all these different religions and shit like that.
Man, every time I talk to my auntie really pointed me in the direction of pay attention to what everybody else ain't paying attention to. But man, she be trying to point me in, so man, I can't watch all these goddamn shows. Man, look, man.
Yeah, because I don't be watching TV, bro. I don't even watch TV. I can't tell you the last time. I mean, I watch a football game or something if I'm interested, or niggas talking about a good game tomorrow. I may watch a game or basketball, maybe some sports. But as far as TV, yeah, I ain't been watching no TV.
I can't sit there. I can't sit down for 30 minutes. Man, I got the 80 AD power. I can't sit down so long. Hell no. I learned it from one of my auntie. My auntie was like, I ain't watched TV in 2 years. You know, when your auntie tell you something at a young age, you like, I want to be just like her. I don't want to watch TV neither. But man, yeah, I be watching TV. I did. I you know, I do sit down if it's a good show. I will sit down, but I ain't did that in so long, man. TV really can't catch my attention.
I basically watch a movie or something with my lady or something like, lady, come watch this with me or something like that. Either lay up or something, or something like that. Other than that, I ain't gonna just turn on no TV and watch no TV. Hell no, I do more YouTube than anything and shit. I be on YouTube a lot. Shit, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I be on YouTube, damn it, all day, bro. Listening to different streams, listen to you know, the mentality, observing and shit, man. Just listening in where people's mind states be at. That's why I be getting my train of thought from and shit, man. Like people be all over the motherfucking place and shit. Like you got niggas that be saying that they American Indians and shit, but at the same time, niggas are still fucking Muslims or niggas still motherfucking Israelite and all this shit. Niggas still believing. I be like, man, I don't be understanding that shit sometimes and shit, bro. So I just be listening in and shit, be wanting to see how deep the rabbit hole goes and shit, man. That rabbit hole is as deep than what most people think and shit, man. It's deep as a motherfucker, bro. And people are still indoctrinated, shit, bro. A lot of people still indoctrinated. It's hard for people to let that shit go. It's hard.
And we really got the hookup though on the YouTube shit. Cause Diane from Top Cats, from Rod, man, we really got the hookup though. And then from Sister Betty, we really got the hookup though. So it's some money in this YouTube, you know, to make you stop getting up and then making yourself get up and make a YouTube video. So we really got the hookup with it, man. So I mean, it just really, I got trust issues, so that's why I ain't really trying to just jump in that shit. Cause I seen the nigga I was following state to state get locked up. And I'm like, hell no, I ain't get locked up, but I'm saying like, I was following bro state to state with choppers and shit. I had ARs, and it was other niggas pulling up with these big ass clips on them and stuff. They ain't had no felony. So I was just like, I don't want to go through it again. Like, if you gonna stand up for yourself, stand up for yourself, but don't fake it though. You know what I'm saying? I ain't with that faking shit. I'm with that. If we gonna get there, we gonna get there. You gonna die, but shit, man, if you got
That's
a blood,
you need to know that going into it. That this, you know, this is a risk of our lives doing this and shit. You know, that should be established first and foremost.
yeah, but at the same time, you know, listening to, you know, some folks that do got knowledge, even though they ain't cheap material, they still Indians. Cause everybody can't be a chief. You know the chief from the Indians. But you know, listen to the knowledge and stuff. Man, at the same time, numbers do matter. Cause them Mexicans
Right.
getting their numbers up. So them numbers do matter. You can do all the talking you want. Why would
See,
you
that's
want to go out like that?
and you speaking on the things that you know that I basically I be thinking that this is what it all supposed to lead to, bro. It all supposed to lead to us, like you're saying, all of the people that's informative, all the people that's knowledgeable and shit, man, to really take it and come together and shit, man, and do something with it and shit. You know, that's going to benefit us all and shit. So that's what I be waiting to see and shit, bro. I be waiting to see how people going to come together with like, what is the plan? What is the overall goal and the plan for why we all doing it? You know what I'm saying? Like, are we doing it to you know, to get some land? Are we doing it to get the land back? Are we doing it to drive the foreigners out of the land? Like, what is the overall? You know what I'm saying? You know, what are we going to do with all of this information that we break down and we decipher and we go to and we have these bills and sometimes turn into heated discussions and shit. Like, what is the purpose of all of this and shit? Is what I'm saying. Like, what is the end goal to it all?
It's splitting the dumb from the stupid. I mean, niggas making chess moves. Even they can talk to you for like 10 minutes, and you already know what he on. So you like, I already nigga gotta be on Big Mama move. Like, even though you ain't Big Mama, you just already know. Like, I'm finna put you in that position right there, cause you talking stupid. Like, I'm finna go and put you over there. And then you meet somebody, yeah, you talk to this nigga that talking smart for this long, you like, I'm gonna put you right there. Some niggas ain't warriors. We need all the dumb niggas the front line. Yeah. I mean, that's like what we need. Everybody ain't no warrior though. Like I think I believe that all the elders should be in the call center with a CNA. You know what I'm saying? I like, yeah, let them CNA work it out with y'all. But hey, yeah, I think Missouri need to be at the front line. Them niggas crazy. And with Indiana. Cause I be traveling all over this motherfucker. All the states across this motherfucker. I think like about 45 states I be in. Cause I want to check out the community. It's low sense. Cause I just got it to it. But I know what I'm doing while I'm traveling around the motherfucker. And I be like, man, every hood is the same, big bro.
Right.
Hey, this.
Definitely.
They this. Yeah.
Definitely is, bro. Dang.
Man.
And I'm telling you though, bro, I know that it's got to be a reason for all this shit, man. I'm just, I know it is a reason for all this shit. I'm just hoping that it's a good reason and shit, bro. Like, real talk, bro. I'm like, yeah, damn. Because I'm telling you, the way I see it and shit, bro, like, it really is hard. Just, I know I don't be everywhere. I just be, I basically be seeing a lot of the people express how they feel and shit, man, throughout on the internet, man. I don't really know what's going on in real time, but I know as far as you listen to the conscious people speak on the internet and shit, bro, it's like, man, I be like, man, niggas is all over the place and shit. I think that shit is like a major problem and shit for people establishing units. It's hard for niggas to come together and shit when you got different ideologies and shit, keeping people from seeing each other as a brother or a sister and shit. You know, certain Christians, it's just in their belief or it's just in their power to not, or in their mentality to not view a Muslim or somebody else that's not in their denomination as a brother or sister. Same thing with, you know, with Pan-Africans and Aborigines. You know, same shit, bro. This is all kinds of shit to where, you know, like niggas, you know, like you said, it creates a distrust. It helps keep that going to where you can't really trust another brother or sister, even though they look like you and you know that they might be for sure a fucking nigga and shit, but their mentality and shit speaks a whole nother tune. Their mind frame kind of makes them not as much as a brother or sister to you and shit. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I just think that niggas just be all over the place and shit. And then I think until we really figure out how to do something with that or start establishing a way to view truth from a belief somehow, some way and shit, man, you know, we're gonna have a problem with that amongst ourselves and shit, as far as creating trust and who you could depend on when it comes to riding it out and shit against this corporation and against this system.
May I address that? Oh, go ahead. I mean, if that's how
women is a good metal. My fault, Wale. Women is a good metal detector. They can tell an African though. We can't. As men, we can't. They can though, cause Africans gonna tell them that they from Africa. Like they the CIA, cause they created us. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause if you go by, we took a bone from a man and made the woman, that's gay. Cause that's not gonna work out. You ain't take no bone from no man and made a woman, bro. We might as well give that reward to the woman and go ahead champion that shit. Okay, you made us. Okay, we fucked up. Okay, yeah. Everybody make a fucked up creation. Shit, they made a fucked up creation. We fucked up. My apologies for cussing on your platform, but yeah, they made a messed up creation. No, we can't tell the difference. The women can, cause them Africans gonna tell them where they from. Even if they ain't from there, they still gonna tell them. Them the ones that can do your bloodline. We could do the bloodline after the fact and say, "Oh, this just an Indian. He could think you're African." But they can tell, cause women be like, "I don't date no African." And then you already see the one that's on what's that platform, Unscrambled? She always got an attitude. She ain't getting that nigga dick. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that it's bad, but she just sound a little different from everybody. Cause she said she in a relationship with an African. I could tell. Yo, man, you just sound obnoxious. You sound real obnoxious.
That shit makes them compromise and shit, bro, to where they just can't even they can't speak genuinely for the niggas and shit. You know, 100% on that and shit because they are compromised by being in bed with a foreigner. They compromise.
And women smart as hell, fool. Especially like me listening to Young Dolph, man. Dolph to my he paid for a woman education and stuff. He ain't do none of that shit, but he was just giving you the ingredients of that shit. Like women smart as hell, bro. They really they knew what they was doing when they was like, let me give her Section 8 and shit like that. Let me give her this and that. Cause they took the smartest out of them. Like our women smart as hell, man. They corrected us. So when you take, they already knew they was they already knew that they was our creation. Let me take their creations away from them. So they know what to control.
Growing up and shit, bro, it's always your mama that be the first one to point out to you and shit your fake ass friends and shit and motherfuckers who just ain't gonna be for you and shit. Your mama be identifying that shit right away, point them out off the top.
Right? Man, you be trying to say, nah, you don't know what you talking about, but she knows what she talking about.
Hell
she
yeah.
corrected you. Mm-hmm. They
Hey,
took our
Motivator, you
Christians
want to
from us.
speak on something, Motivator? Before we lose that thought, did you want to speak on something?
It was something, man, but you know, it's cool.
Mm.
What thought are you referring to? So I'll know, because it kind of went around the room a few times.
I know that we was talking about something and you was getting ready. You said I got an answer to that.
Oh,
But
you
let
had
the
asked a
brother.
question about you had asked a question. If you ask your question, I still have the answer. So, but I don't have the question. That's your question. I didn't memorize it. That's why I was trying to answer it. If you ask it.
I think I was speaking to like you know, like what be going on as far as the disunity and shit, you know, with too many of our people then accepting too many different ideologies. It's hard for them to view their next brother or sister as a brother and sister because they got different belief systems and different ideologies.
Okay, then I'll tell you this. First of all, truth. As I say, practice the thing, build a reputation. Our ancestors were known for speaking truth, actually worldwide. I've been around in a few countries, and I asked them, did they know us? And they all told me the same thing. Yeah, your people were known for speaking truth. That's what I got from the elders in different countries. So they knew of us and know of us right now in different countries. You'd be surprised they know of us. And I mean, you might be surprised, excuse me. And the next thing I would say is once we build that reputation, then the unity will start because of the trust in your word. When you give me your handshake or whatever, however you want to do it, dab, whatever, but we know we're good and solid. Yeah, you know, that's solid. I can count on that. You can build with that. It's a solid block. So then once we do that, then we go into unity. As I said before, we start putting our monies together and working together to get things done, because that's how it's done. I know 3 or 4 people I sold businesses to or with. I mean, you know, I was their broker, and I used to sell businesses for other people to other people. And almost to a person, they all went home to get the money. What I mean by that, they went to their group, whatever they called it. One person called it their church. Now, they are not even Anglo-Saxon, but they referred to their grouping where they store their thing as a community chest. They refer to it as a church. So it's a 501. They don't pay taxes on it, you know. But anyway, they went there and got $325,000 in less than 2 weeks from their church. No, what they call interest on the money. They just pay it back. So I'm just saying, and I know another dude, we were doing a bigger deal, and he went to what he referred to as his church. And he had nothing to do with Anglo-Saxon, but they know that's how it works here. So they were, you know, at first generation, they had just come in from different countries. And so they work in the game. And they had what they call a church. And he went and got $2.5 million from his church. I think it took him less than 3 days. Because they knew what he was already doing, but he had to go and actually request it. But that's how it happened so fast. But their people are constantly feeding the community chest so that when things like this come up, the community supports itself. So I'd be hearing about people that, oh, they redline us so we can't get no loans and stuff. All they doing is saying, hey, nigga, do your own thing. Don't come to us for no money because we're going to treat you bad. You're putting yourself in our you like going to the Fox and saying, Fox, look at here, take care of my chickens for me. And then that's what you're going to get. And they be telling you. And you be like, oh, y'all redlining. No, what they saying, if you go and work with your own people, you could have been got over. You could get over tomorrow. We start working with each other today. By tomorrow, we'll be getting over. That's what I say about that. Besides that, let's talk about this one is a Buddhist and this one is a Christian and this one is a Muslim and all that. I had 5 siblings. We were all one of my brothers is a Buddhist till this moment. My sister's a Christian. My other brother was into that Muslim 5% whatever thing. And my next brother, he was like some kind of, I don't know if he was atheist or deist or something like that. And we were all in the same family from the same mother. all this stuff about that can't separate. We can't let our families be separated by ideologies when the reality is we are brothers and sisters, man. We can't let that be obfuscated by what's in somebody's mind for a minute. They're just confused. They've been tricked into thinking things. Okay, fine, but he's still my brother. Do you get me? If you don't get me, then it's all lost. You might as well go and watch a football game. Because we ain't gonna win. You know what I mean? We got to play like we plan to win. And that's how I see the win.
I hear you on that shit. I agree with you on that one too. Hell yeah. But yeah, I gotta close out though, man. It's Danny going on 5 hours and shit, man. It's been a good one. Ready to spend some time with my motherfucking woman and shit, man. Get on some love time right now. Shit, you know what I'm talking about.
Watch out. Hey, thanks a lot for allowing me to speak, man. One love.
One love. Yes, sir.
Hey, only reason I think we can't make it is because we need I don't know if it's an enforcer or a leader in all 50 states, man. That's the only reason we can't make it, because we need multiple. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only reason I think we can't make it, because if don't nobody like being no follower. What that is. We calling people that's goats. Ain't even goats. They really followers. Like Michael Jordan. We giving all these folk goat material, but they following directions when they get on the court. Only reason they be in their position is because they was a follower. So we kind of confused on everything, man. On the whole situation, like sampling stuff. Sampling ain't never been cool, cause if you watch movies, everybody had their own haircut, everybody had their own personality. Now everybody look the same. So it's kind of like, man, it's a lot of shit we got to break from, cause it's me versus me. So it what it is. It's like, damn, like, and then niggas been smashing white girls, Mexican girls, Brazilian, black, but they always come back to the black woman. Even when they leave this motherfucker, they be like, I miss that black woman, man. It was just something about her I just missed. But but they try to make it seem like we ain't been like our granddaddies ain't been smashing white women. No, they been smashing her. That was their side cheek right there. That's why these folk got in the country. Cause you got this thick ass white girl, and then they getting thicker about a day. And then when I be going state to state, I be looking at India, mud India woman. I be like, damn, she wearing pajamas walking up to the register giving me my shit. So I gotta holler at you. And they gonna go. They all go, bro. You can't lie, bro. All of them go, bro. They going. Like, I'm like, I'm going to church this Sunday. Even though I ain't no church nigga. Well, I am, because I grew up with the cross on the forehead. Me and my sister, when you leave the house, and my grandma used to give us the cross. But yeah, I'm be at church this Sunday. Hey, I'm finna go to church.
I jumping on the line. I'm trying to close out and shit, man. What's good, sis? You jumping on the line. I'm trying to close out. Sis, what it is?
Shit. No, I just came up to say peace and love, see what y'all was chopping it up about.
Man, we've been on for a while and shit. I'm getting ready to go close. I'm getting ready to close this one out and shit, man. Maybe Smoke Signal finally get ready to go live. It's about this time. It's about time for Smoke Signal. Where you at, comrade? It's about time for Smoke Signal.
I think he got one scheduled.
I'm pretty sure he doing shit. Dre, what's good with it and shit, man?
Man, I'm just bowling. Everything was good, it's you've been sold a fallacy. You understand me? Life for the living. Once you leave this motherfucker, ain't nothing promised to you but death. You came here to from the womb to the tomb. There is no, I'm just waiting for a pie in the sky. Life gonna promise me something better later. That don't exist. That's how the greedy people that control your mind control how you grind to keep your ass behind. Do you need me to repeat that?
God damn.
Man, enjoy the fruits of your labor, bro.
Man, that was one for the ages there and shit, bro. God damn.
Enjoy the fruits of your labor, bro. That's all I can tell you. But we do need to. Hey, where she go?
Let the
Dang, I was trying.
let the fairy tales have you with a bunny tail, and you will be chasing a fucking Easter bunny, and your ass won't never get no honey.
That's so crazy, but oh my. Hey, look,
Hey, man, because we're going to keep this shit going. I ain't going to be able to shut this stream down and shit, man. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. I'll let y'all brothers on the next one. I'll probably see y'all over there. Yeah, bro.
I'm gonna I know you trying to shut down, but I'm gonna probably meet up with y'all, man. So y'all gonna have to let me in the background, bro. Cause I know y'all still gotta do a nigga bloodline. Cause I ain't finished. But I got names though with mine. Look, I'm trying to get in that background. Cause goddamn, what that is? Who will be his little dread? He ain't got no dread. He got Dookie. He got Dookie going on back his head. I'm trying to get in the background. I'm trying to get in the background, man. See, cause he think y'all got a secret club going on. We need a secret little club going on, man. Look, oh
Hey,
man, we need it, huh?
Hey, man, out this joint and shit, man. I'm going to holler y'all on the next one and shit, man. I'm pretty sure we meet up over there at Smoke Jump. Smoke should be live soon and shit, man. I holler at y'all brothers on the next one and shit, man. Peace and salutes to everybody that was tapped in, man. Hope everybody have a grand day and shit, man. Real talk.
It's area property now. He belongs to me. The Deuce paid their debt with him. Are you gonna stand in the middle of that?
No, Buddha. I break no jailhouse laws. It is not my intent to break the peace.
But somebody got to ensure you don't break any laws either.
What the fuck you talking about?
We all know Bobby here, a man. He a man. So nobody punking nobody here. Am I right, Buddha? Buddha, do you or do you not recognize this a man standing here?
Yeah, I know he's a man.